Good afternoon, conference. Welcome back, conference. Without further ado, I request all the head of the delegations to kindly move into your e-voting system and log into the system, and let us proceed for this afternoon session on the resolutions. Conference, we will now consider the draft resolutions relating to the World Triennial Plan number 2024D, as you can see on the screen. May I request the production team to bring the draft resolution on the screen, please. I now invite the World Scout Committee to speak to their proposal. We now welcome Diana from the World Scout Committee. Can we have you on the floor? Okay. May I request Mori to kindly speak about this proposal?
Hello. Good afternoon, conference. Now we have a strategy for scouting, and it's a new journey for us to make this vision a reality and the implementation of it. The new triennial plan, the draft triennial plan, was shifted from action items to outcome-focused objectives. And it is up to us and give us and NSOs and your flexibility to make this implementation based on the needs of the NSOs and the regions. This triennial plan development process is also very participatory and very inclusive process where we include a lot of the NSOs in the consultations design of the draft triennial plan. The workshop participants also reflect on what are the most urgent needs of the movement in shaping the priorities and objectives for this upcoming triennium, 2024 to 2027. It was coordinated through a coordination group with both volunteers and staff from all the regions to ensure that this triennial plan will be implemented with a coordinated efforts. I want all our member organizations to bear in mind this is a new way start with outcome-focused objectives, and we should focus more on the bigger picture and the outcome that we want to achieve as a movement. With all these principles and background in mind, on behalf of the World Scout Committee, I put forward the resolutions for the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mori. May I now kindly request all the head of the delegations to log in to the e-voting system. Should you have any problems, kindly refer to the help desk. Participants in the plenary may raise your country cards, and the online participants kindly press the help button on the right-hand bottom of your screen. We will now start considering the amendments proposed to the draft objective of the triennial plan as proposed by the World Scout Committee. Can I please ask the production team to bring the live document on the screen and position the first three amendments, number 04, 05, and 06. Good, we have it on the screen. Let's get going. I will invite Austria, the proposer of Amendment 04 and 05, to speak first. Immediately after that, I will invite Ireland, which has informed us that they will speak on Amendment 06. Austria, you have the floor to speak on Amendments 04 and 05.
Thank you. So I hope you can hear me. Dear fellow Scouts, my name is Sarah Abbott, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Austrian Guidance Scout organization on Amendment 4. So our responsibility as Global Youth Movement is to ensure that we provide programs that not only engage but also inspire and empower the young people that we serve. The amendment we propose builds on our existing youth programs by emphasizing collaboration with recognized experts, ensuring that our offerings are not only innovative, but also relevant and attractive to today's youth. By integrating expert insights, we can leverage up-to-date expertise to create transformative, competency-based learning experiences that resonate with the current generation's needs and aspirations. This approach aligns with our commitment to flexibility and adaptability, ensuring that our programs remain appealing and impactful in an ever-changing world. By incorporating this amendment will reinforce the Scout movement's role as a leader in youth education, equipping young people with the skills they need to thrive and lead in their communities. Let's seize this opportunity to enhance the educational journey for our Scouts, making it more dynamic and responsive to the challenges and opportunities that we're facing in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. I am now inviting Ireland to speak to Amendment 06. Ireland, I understand you will speak on the resolution. You have the floor.
Thanks very much. Chairs, committee members, outgoing and incoming, NSO leaders, fellow young people in age and in spirit, friends. As shared as a principle cross-cutting the work of this strategy and this conference, youth engagement is at the forefront of our priorities in the delivery of our program, our governance, and our educational methods. My name is Calum from Scouting Ireland, and as shared, young leaders are both the leader of today and tomorrow. I've been a Scout, like many of you, since a young age. For me, it was since I was 7 in a local group back home in rural Ireland in Limerick. And I think what we've seen and what I've seen through my journey of Scouting is the impact that we can have collectively, but individually, not only within our groups, whether it's at a unit, national, regional, or global level, but also within the communities that we step foot in. Scouts' impact is not only at an internal level, and I suppose the purpose of this amendment is to be conscious that there are communities that we have not reached yet, and that it's to broaden at the forefront of our strategic objectives that we prioritize all young people on an equal level who are both in direct contact of our program and also our outreach work in the coming years. I suppose what's important to share that this is not just an amendment of principle, it's an amendment of follow-up in terms of previously adopted positions of this forum back in 2021. At the 42nd World Scout Conference online in 2021, we adopted a concept note on youth engagement strategy. And within that, there were 3 key pillars, one which tied directly to this wording. So in this front, we're revisiting the wording that we'd already agreed on to strengthen the work that we have in front of us. On a very nice note, this amendment has been developed through a collaboration of young delegates sitting in a multitude of different regions and tables within this nice venue. And I'd like to thank them for their support in this process and the cross-region consensus that we found in developing this. So this is a dual-focus amendment, both in principle and in pragmatism. So I'm asking you to support this, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Garmila Mahagat.
Thank you, Ireland. Can I remind all head of the delegations to log on to e-voting system, go to vote.scout.org. If you have any challenge, please contact the help desk. All right. Amendment 4, 5, and 6, as shown on the screen, are now moved to the floor for consideration. Are there any delegations wishing to speak to these amendments? Raise your country cards or virtual hands. You will be added to our speaker list and we will recognize you to speak. Delegations wishing to speak, kindly raise your country card and we will add you to our speaker list. May I recognize the World Scout Committee to speak on this.
The conference will respond to the amendments 4, 5, and 6 separately. Amendment 4, we thank you the efforts of Austria for remaining the wording to be strategic and broad enough that in line with our principles to make sure that the objectives are outcome focused. And I will pass on to Mary for Amendment 5.
Yes, thank you, Maury. Here again, I thank the delegation from Austria about this amendment. It is very relevant. However, we feel the proposed wording results in an objective which is now too operational in contrast to the outcome-based one we wished for, and it reduces the broader ambition of the original wording. So the interest of to actually transform our approach to peace education is to ensure it captures the development over the past few years. So for example, shifting our attention also include the importance of safe spaces in online modalities, and the examples are multiple. I will pass on for you for the amendment number 6.
Thank you. So we are welcoming of this amendment. Just to be clear, we obviously recognize the importance of the need to continue champion youth leadership in our organizations across all levels, including, for example, through the system of our youth advisors at regional and national levels. At the same time, it remains critical to continue to highlight the importance of youth leadership also outside of the movement. We need to be empowering people to take a leading role in their local communities, in civil society, and at national level. The hallmark of our success of our youth leadership development shouldn't just be young people who are elected at leadership positions across the organization, but the extent to which young people in leadership positions in our society did find their roots and develop their leadership in scouting. Thank you.
Thank you, World Scout Committee. Now may we recognize the NSO Lithuania for your interventions. Kindly keep your interventions brief and concise.
Hello, Venus from Lithuania. I'll be speaking in English. So we didn't have the chance to represent amendment number 5, as Austria only presented number 4, so I'll just briefly explain everything. So we should not overwhelm ourselves with new decision-making and solutions, but work with the ones we already have. Revising them and to suit the current world needs and realities. With that, we would empower Scouts to create a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other delegation wishing to speak on these amendments? Kindly raise your country card. As we see none, may I request Austria or Ireland, do you wish to speak at this stage? May I recognize the delegate from Norway to kindly share your interventions?
Yes, Eirik from Norway. I will speak against amendment number 6. I have to say that we feel that the original text or the text as proposed is sufficient here. It has to do with the fact that we don't feel that youth leadership development is something that can be implemented as such. It's a continual process, and therefore not something that is, it's not either or, it's not implemented or not implemented. This is a continual process that needs to happen. So we feel that the wording implementing youth leadership development is a bit strange to us. And also, this is a triennial plan, so implementing it at all levels, inside and outside scouting, also feels, the wording feels a bit something that is more suitable for a longer strategic plan rather than the triennial plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Ireland, do you wish to speak at this stage? Thank you, conference. We have now heard all the delegation who wish to speak. We will now move to the votes on the amendments. In the interest of time, we are going to take 3 votes as simultaneous votes. This means we will open 3 votes, one for each amendment simultaneously at the same time. They will be clearly marked Amendment 04, Amendment 05, and Amendment 05. We will give an extended time to vote on this. I now invite all the head of the delegations to move to their e-voting system to get ready to cast their vote. Go to the help desk if you need any assistance. As you all are getting ready to vote, may I check with the voting team for the readiness of the system. Okay, the voting team can now open the amendments 04, 05, and 06 as shown on the screen. The amendments require a simple majority. The vote will be open for 10 minutes.
Conference, be reminded there are 3 votes open, so make sure you click on the 3 votes in your voting system. There are 3 votes open in the left side of the screen. You will see 3 votes. Make sure you cast your vote on all of them if you so wish.
Delegations are reminded to please click on the active vote, confirm their vote, and then proceed to the next active vote. It is important to confirm your vote for each one and ensure you see the confirmation message that your vote was cast. Delegations are again reminded to please click on the active vote, confirm their vote, and then proceed to the next active vote. It is important to confirm your vote for each one of the amendments. Kindly ensure you see the confirmation message that your vote was cast. I would like to ask the conference, if any delegation is still wishing to cast the vote, you may please raise your country card or indicate online. If no one is still wishing to vote, then we will proceed to close the vote early. Suggested by the voting team to ask the conference to close vote early, I would like to ask the conference if any delegation is still wishing to cast their vote. If you are, please raise your country card or indicate online. If no one is still wishing to vote, then we will proceed to close the vote early. With seeing no indication, I ask the voting team to please close the vote. The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the result for the first Austria amendment number 4 on the screen. I request the voting team to kindly publish the results on the screen. The amendment 04 is carried with 640 votes in favor, 127 vote against, and 31 vote abstain. I am asking the voting team to publish the result for the second Austrian amendment number 05. The amendment 05 is carried with 556 votes in favor, 192 vote against. Can we have the results on the screen, please? The amendment number 5, can we have the results of amendment number 5, production team?
Let's go.
Yes, conference. In the same spirit, we continue with our debate on the Triennial plan. Can I please ask the production team to bring the live document on the screen and position it on Amendment 7 and Amendment 8. Good. Two amendments, 07 from Spain and 08 from Austria. I invite Spain to speak first to the amendment, and then we will give the floor to Austria. Spain?
Yeah. So, good afternoon. I'm Marta from Scouts of Spain. Dear Scouts, the only way to ensure a diverse and inclusive movement is to have programs, processes, and structures that represent a safe space and a development opportunity for all children, for all youth, as well as for our adult volunteers. It is fundamental to enroll our diverse membership in all aspects of decision-making, taking into account their needs, their potentialities, their aspirations, and their aims, so we can have a movement shaped for diversity and inclusion. We want to have a movement shaped by and for its membership, where every person finds a space for growth, and the only way to ensure this is allowing our youth and adults to be the creators of our inclusivity to ensure our diversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Spain. Austria, the floor is yours. They're right here.
Good afternoon, conference. After consulting with our seconding countries, we have decided to withdraw that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Dear conference, we have one amendment that is being moved to the floor. That is Amendment 7 from Spain. The amendment is now moved to the floor for consideration by the conference. Any delegation that is wishing to speak to this, please raise your country card and we will have you on our speakers list. Thank you. Floor managers, we have one here. Please keep raising your card. Can I have The floor managers turn this direction to face me. Thank you. Yes. We'll give the floor to the World Scout Committee. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. So, conference, on behalf of the World Scout Committee, I would like to comment something on amendment number 7, proposed by Spain and second by South Africa and Sweden. So, in this strategic priority, particularly, the World Scout Committee really wanted to make an emphasis on the importance to accurately identify and reduce barriers to reach out to all, like young people, adults from different backgrounds, communities, religions, cultures, etc. And of course, it will be through the ways of co-creation and intergenerational dialogue. So the World Scout Committee is happy to introduce this wording if the conference feels it's really needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, World Scout Committee. Any other delegation wishing to speak to this? Online or in person? If it's online, please reach the help desk feature and we will put you on our speakers list. If it's in person, continue raising your country card. Continue raising your country card. Just a few more seconds to see. Let me check with the technical team if anybody online is raising their virtual hand. Seeing none. Thank you. So no hand raised online or here. Check with Spain if they want to give any final thoughts before we move to the vote. No? Thank you. Conference, we will now move to vote. We will take a single vote here on Amendment 07, the amendment from Spain, as Amendment 08 was withdrawn by Austria and will therefore not be considered. Conference, I now invite all heads of delegation to move to their e-voting system to get ready to cast their vote. If you have any challenges, please go to the help desk for assistance and you'll be assisted. Thank you. Conference, the voting team can now open the vote on the amendment of Spain, amendment number 07, that is currently on screen. This amendment requires a simple majority, and this vote will be open for 3 minutes. Conference, with the vote open, delegations can now proceed to vote. Dear conference, the vote is now closed. May I ask the voting team to publish the result for the Spain amendment number 07. With 650 votes in favor, 94 votes against, and 6 abstentions, the motion is carried. Amendment 08 was withdrawn, so discussion closed on this segment of the triennial plan. I now ask our live editors to update the text as amended on the screen for the conference. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Amal, over to you.
Thank you, Edgar. We continue with our debate on the triennial plan. Have the live document. Can I ask to bring the live document back, please, on the screen and position it on the amendments 9 and 10, and later on 11 and 12. Thank you. So amendments 9 and 11 are proposed by Scouts of China, and amendments 10 and 12 are proposed by Austria. They all pertain to the objectives related to a fit-for-purpose organization, so we will consider all at the same time. The Resolutions Committee has received a notification from Scouts of China that Amendment 9 has been withdrawn, so I will ask the live editors now to remove Amendment 9 from the screen. All good? Yes, thank you. So I'll now invite Austria to speak to amendments 10 and 12, and then Scouts of China on the remaining amendment 11. Austria, please be brief and concise. The floor is yours.
I will do. Dear fellow Scouts, we're excited to propose an amendment that improves our commitment to creating inclusive and enriching experience at World Scout events. We want to acknowledge the invaluable contributions that our volunteers worldwide are giving by giving generously their time and their energy. And this change ensures that we're making sure that our organizational frameworks, that the accountability and the risk management practices not only support our participants, but really support everyone that is working on the world level to make sure that we're delivering the best events that we can. And that's why we want to put volunteers in here and make sure that we're a fit-for-purpose organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. That was indeed brief.
So just to make sure, for the number 12, I will hand over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Dear World Scout Conference, my name is Johannes Bumpi-Zieger, and I'm speaking on behalf of Austria for amendment number 12. Democracy is not just the voting, but also includes the process leading up to the voting. This is a core principle that we, as the Austrian Scout and Guide organization, value. For us, the participation of 92 member organization is not something we should celebrate, but to ask ourselves how we missed 84 or 47.7%. And the Austrian Scout and Guide organization values the voice of every member organization when it comes to the creation of our strategy, the triennial plan, the resolutions, and the amendments. That's why we want to further the dialogue and participation when it comes to the forming process of these documents, especially the triennial plan, as the strategic paper that allows us as member organizations to influence the future of our movement. This, together with the goal of taking advantage of our diversity and strengthen our inclusion. The amendment empowers those member organizations that were left out in the past and achieve active inclusion in the future processes. This leads us to a truly democratic organization that values not just the voting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Austria. I'm now inviting the Scouts of China to speak to Amendment 11.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Belle, board member from Taiwan.
OSM's new global strategy has the impact statement, a world shaped by youth. To achieve this, youth engagement and leadership needs to be strengthened in scouting to provide experience that prepare our young people to do that. Our amendment is important because we believe the current objective of the Triennial plan do not clearly state this priority. It is our hope that you will join us in supporting young people as the most inspiring and inclusive youth movements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scouts of China. Amendments 10, 11, and 12, as shown on the screen, are now moved to the floor for discussion. Remember, amendment number 9 was withdrawn by Scouts of China, so we're no longer considering it. Are there any delegations wishing to speak to these amendments? Raise your country cards or virtual hands so you get added to my speakers list. We will proceed. There is the World Scout Committee that wishes to take the floor. World Scout Committee, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I will speak for the amendment number 10, and the World Scout Committee would like to thank the delegation from Österreich for proposing this very valuable addition that the World Scout Committee welcome. I will pass it on to Reese to speak for the next amendment.
Thank you, Mehdi. On behalf of the World Scout Committee, I would like to share in regards to amendment number 11 that we welcome the amendment as it reflects our ambitions for a fit-for-purpose organization regarding our commitment to youth leadership and our ability to continuously improve to offer quality scouting for young people everywhere. I will now pass it on to Yo to comment on the last amendment.
Thank you, Reese. You will see from the actual resolution document, so 2024D, if I'm not mistaken, there we go. There's a last bullet point where we tasked the new World Scout Committee, so not me, the others, to create a very inclusive and participatory approach to developing the next triennial plan, taking into account the elements as outlined in the WASM planning framework. And so while we will be taking that on board and we will be working with that, I do want to highlight that the WASM planning framework also explicitly mentions working with the regions and not just the member organizations in our efforts to align the regional work and the world level work together. So I very much put you to heart to also take that into account and be mindful of the fact that we want to work closer together with the regions through that WASM planning framework, together with the NSOs, but we don't want to stray too far away from what's in the WASM planning framework to allow that to happen.
Thank you, World Scout Committee. A reminder to those who are intervening to be concise, but to also speak slowly so that we can help our interpretation team, please. Next on the list is Singapore. Singapore, the floor is yours. Please, brief and concise.
Thank you. Good afternoon, conference. I'm Andrew from the Singapore delegation, and I will be speaking in English. With reference to Amendment 11, including of young people in decision-making bodies, should this amendment pass, I would like to gently remind everyone that when we include young people in decision-making bodies across all levels of scouting, let's empower them to be active contributors as well. It's one thing to be invited to sit at the table, and it's another thing to have a voice at the table. So with that, I thank everyone for opportunities like this, and as a call to action to everyone, let's aim to allow our youth to speak out and be heard across all levels of scouting, truly becoming a fit-for-purpose organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Are there any other delegations here in person or online wishing to take the floor? Remember, please introduce yourself when you are taking the floor or having the intervention. I see more country cards raised. For those of us who are attending online, please raise the virtual hand. Just checking. Okay. Guinea, the floor is yours. Please be brief and concise. Thank you.
Bangura Fudi Mano, Scout de Guinée.
Delegate from Guinea, can you please bring the mic up so that we can hear you clearly?
Bangura Fudi Mano, Scout de Guinée. En incluant les jeunes, non seulement dans tous les processus, et jusqu'à participer au processus de décision, est normal. C'est la logique. Parce que c'est à eux, et c'est à eux qui exécutent ces décisions pratiquement sur le terrain. Donc, c'est une idée à soutenir, une idée fondamentale, car les jeunes, c'est pour eux le mouvement. Donc, s'ils sont déjà inclus du début du processus, au milieu, jusqu'à la fin, c'est une bonne décision et nous demandons, n'est-ce pas, à cette Assemblée d'approuver. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, delegate from Guinea. Final check, if there are any more delegations wishing to take the floor. I see a country card from this side. I encourage other delegations wishing to take the floor to please raise your country cards now. Lithuania, the floor is yours.
Buenos, Lithuania. I'll speak in English. As for this Triennial plan, not all member organizations were approached to give their priorities, dreams, and aspirations. This led to the Triennial plan to be represented by only few organizations, which led to not following out our goals as a movement to be inclusive. All member organizations should have a chance to express their concerns, be heard for their decisions and path we want to take with the Triennial plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Lithuania. Can I now ask if Austria or Scouts of China has any final words on the motion or on the amendments, discussions? Please raise your country cards if that's the case. Okay. We will now move to votes on the amendments. So again, in the interest of time, we are going to take the amendments simultaneously. So we will be opening the 3 votes, 1 for each amendment. Please remember, you'll still have to vote to each amendment, but the vote will be open simultaneously to all the 3 amendments. They will be clearly marked. Amendment 11 from Scouts of China. Remember, 9 was withdrawn earlier. And then 10 and 12 from Austria. We will give you extended time to vote on this. Can I now invite all heads of delegation to move to their e-voting system to get ready to cast their votes? The voting team can now open the vote. We are voting on amendments 10, 11, and 12, simple majority. The vote will be open for 7 minutes. With the votes open, delegations can now proceed to vote. Please remember there are 3 votes to cast. Thank you. just a reminder that we have 3 votes. So please make sure to cast your vote for each amendment, Amendment 10, Amendment 11, Amendment 12, should you wish to do so. Thank you. Okay, looks like we are getting familiar with the e-voting system, and we might close the vote earlier. Checking if there are any more delegations which are wishing to cast their votes. Any that are requiring support? I see no country cards raised. Okay. Voting team, can we close? See a non-indication from delegations. I ask the voting team to please close the vote. Okay, the vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the first Austria amendment number 10. With 762 votes in favor, 24 votes against, and 6 abstentions, the amendment is carried. Thank you. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Scouts of China amendment number 11. With 744 votes in favor, 30 votes against, and 24 abstentions, Amendment 11 is also carried. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the second Austria amendment, amendment number 12. With 617 votes in favor, 129 votes against, and 40 abstentions, the amendment number 12 is also carried. Thank you, conference, for the discussions on this proposal. I now ask our live editors to update the text as amended on screen. Okay, looks like we have no further amendments to the Triennial Plan proposal. So we will now consider the main motion as amended. Can we have the main motion 2024D? On the Triennial Plan 2024-2027 on the screen. Perfect. Okay. Checking if there are any delegations left wishing to speak to the proposal. I see the World Scout Committee wants to take the floor. World Scout Committee, please be brief.
I'll be really brief, Mr. Chair.
Dear conference, thank you for all the discussions and the inputs on the draft triennial plan. I think this sets a clear direction for the next World Scale Committee and also the entire movement for the next 3 years on the triennial plan and the directions of travel under the next strategy for scouting. With that, I seek your support in approving the motion and the draft triennial plan such that the World Scale Committee can work with every one of you in delivering the triennial plan and the next strategy for scouting. Thank you.
Thank you, World Scout Committee. I see no more country cards. Oh, there is one here. Sure. Can we identify which delegation? All right, Italy. Italy, please take the floor.
Dear sisters and brothers in Scouting, we really would like to thank the World Scout Committee for all the great job that has been done in relation to the Triennial Plan. And we also wish to thank all the delegations that wanted, through their amendments, trying to improve or integrate the Triennial Plan. However, what we think is that Scouting is not only about learning or learning to do, but it's also about learning to be. We found that this Triennial Plan had 18 objective outcomes to be reached in 3 years that became 20 after these amendment sessions. And it is quite an ambitious Triennial Plan to be really concretely and attainably achieved in 3 years. Well, according to this Triennial Plan, what we found is that we can surely work to innovate our way of educating. We can strengthen our organization. We can work on safe policies. We can value volunteering. But if we do not do so, pointing on the values, then we will fail. The word value or values never appears in this Triennial Plan, never. And it's the opinion of our delegation that it is not enough to point to some quality if this quality is not based on Scout values and principles. We had thought of the possibility of introducing some amendments to the Triennial Plan, but it's not something related to the words, it's something related to the approach. Actually, we would have liked to have 100 million members by 2023, according to our past vision, and we didn't get there. However, the quality of what we have done is relevant. So even if we are not 100 millions and we are basically 57 millions, I think we did a great job. The risk that is in front of us is that if we act in the Triennial Plan, not putting on the very core of our action to values and the principles of Scouting, we will have a stronger organization, a wonderful, amazing, exciting and innovative education, but nothing that helps us and our youth to be just to learn and to do. That is not what the world requests today. We are 7 billion people all over the world. We need to find a way through which, using the resources, not to kill one another, each other. We need to try to find a way to continue to survive as a human race. We have in front of us the challenges of artificial intelligence. If we do not point at the core values, the risk is that we won't exist as a human race anymore. And Scouting, by pointing at the future, should also take into consideration the challenges that we have in front of us. The challenges now to do everything that we are doing, influencing it through the values. So our hope.
Delegate from Italy, can I please ask you to bring your remarks to conclusion? Thank you.
I'm done. So our request is that once implementing the plan, the World Scout Committee can actually take into consideration the importance of putting the values at the very core of our action. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Italy. We will now vote on the main motion as amended and as shown on the screen. The proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. Voting team, are we ready with the vote? Okay, confirmed. We are now voting on the draft resolution 2024D. Simple majority vote. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. With the vote open, delegations can now proceed to vote. Thank you, everyone. One minute to go. Delegations wishing to cast their vote, please do so now. We have 1 minute to go. Voting is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for draft resolution 2024D, Triennial Plan 2024-2027. With 769 votes in favor, 17 against, and 6 abstentions, we have a triennial plan. The motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. So, new World Scout Committee, you have the triennial plan set. Enjoy.
Thank you, Amal. Conference, we will now consider the draft resolution relating to Safe from Harm 2024E, as you can see them on the screen. I now invite the World Scout Committee to speak to their proposals. We welcome Pia and Fatima from the World Scout Committee. You have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Conference, as a global youth movement, Scouting must protect children and young people and do everything in its power to prevent abusive or harmful situations. In 2021, the World Scout Conference agreed to a constitutional amendment making safeguarding part of the membership requirement. Through this strong commitment, member organizations have positioned safe from harm as a matter of the highest priority, recognizing the need to improve in this area to ensure a safe environment for all. Much work has happened in the past 3 years, and thus we felt the need to annex our current safe from harm policy to comply with our current requirements and international standards. This resolution highlights the annex to the World Safe from Harm policy that can be seen in Conference Document 7. Further, the resolution calls for additional work to be done in the coming triennium. First, to review the World Safe from Harm policy to ensure that the policy is aligned with learnings from the Safe from Harm assessment mechanism. And second, to ensure an enforcement mechanism is adopted and implemented. And this is to ensure compliance with the membership requirement related to safeguarding in the WASM Constitution. In the implementation process, we of course need to be mindful of national laws and regulations. And finally, the resolution in front of you, it calls upon all of you, the member organizations, to recognize our collective accountability when it comes to protecting children and young people. We need you to reconfirm the support declared in Conference Resolution 2021-04 and continue leading the change within your organizations as a beacon for safe scouting for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. We will open the floor for general discussion on the main motion. The floor is now open for discussion on the Safe from Harm proposal. Waiting to see the speaker list being filled. Remember to raise your country card to be recognized. Waiting to see if any delegation would like to present their interventions. Thank you, conference. There are no delegations wanting to speak here. Can I ask the World Scout Committee if you have any final words on the motion? No? Thank you, World Scout Committee. Seeing we have no amendments to draft resolution 2024E on Safe from Harm, we will now vote on the main motion as shown on the screen. The proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. May I check with the voting team if we are ready to vote? The vote is ready to vote on the draft resolution 2024E on simple majority, and the vote is open for 3 minutes. With the vote opened, the delegations may now proceed to vote. Final 30 seconds for the vote to close. The vote is now closed. I now ask the voting team to publish the results for draft resolution 2024E, Safe from Harm, on the screen. The draft resolution 2024E, Safe from Harm, is carried with 761 votes in favor, 38 vote against and 17 abstain. Thank you, conference, for your discussions and decisions. Now I give it over to Amal.
Thank you, Maju. Thank you, everyone. We will proceed to our break earlier and come back here earlier, so please be back on time at 3:45 so that we continue our discussions. Make sure to stretch, to hydrate, and please be back here on time. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the break.
Without any warning, we're sucking up the oxygen. The room is getting smaller. We always have it coming, like animals who like to bite, tasting our disaster. 20-something seconds go
Conference, welcome back. We are starting in 1 minute 59 seconds. Please make your way back into plenary, take your seat, and heads of delegation, log back in to your voting account. Floor managers, could you help us bring people from outside so that we can start? We are starting in about 1 minute 50 seconds. Please take your seat, log in to your voting system so that you're ready to cast your vote. Welcome back, conference. Please take your seat. And heads of delegation, remember to log in to the voting system so that you are ready to cast the next vote. Woo! Heads of delegation, please, as you take your seat and your coffee, remember to log back into the voting system so that you're ready to cast your vote. We will be starting momentarily. Thank you. Welcome back, conference. Please take your seats so that we can continue with the session. We are doing great. Thank you so much for taking your seats. And for settling in with your coffees. We are going to need to be energized in this session to get through all this that is remaining. Thank you so much. Conference, we will now consider the draft resolution relating to WASM events strategy, number 2024F. You can see on the screen. Thank you, production. I now invite the World Scout Committee to speak to their proposal. We welcome Chrissy Polithi from the World Scout Committee. Chrissy, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, conference. I hope you had a good break, and welcome back to everybody's favorite subject, WASM events. You've had ample opportunities to engage with the strategy, and you have already approved a constitutional amendment on Tuesday. For those of you who managed to get around this topic for the past 5 days, kudos. Don't know how you did it, but I will summarize very briefly so we're all on the same page. In summary, this strategy is proposed as a response to the recent challenges and lessons learned from WASM events, as well as evolving requirements for events. So we propose this first ever strategy for a comprehensive look on how we strategically use them. The strategy aims for robust event management, clear accountability, and effective expectation management. The strategy aims to ensure safer, more sustainable, and impactful events, fostering trust among member organizations and hosts, while enhancing planning and delivery expertise. The scope of the WASM event strategy will initially focus on World Scout events, and following the regional conferences in 2025, the implementation scope of the strategy is envisioned to expand to include regional Scout events. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chrissy. Conference, we will open the floor for general discussion on the main motion. Dear delegates, please remember to raise your country card or your virtual hand for any discussions on this proposal as a whole, and wait until our plenary team puts you on the speakers list. Conference, the floor is now open for discussion on the WASM events strategy. Waiting to see my speaker list. If you wish to speak to this, please raise your country card if you are here in person, or raise your virtual hand if you're joining us online. I'll check for a few more seconds. If there's anybody wishing to speak to this, then we shall move on. Thank you, conference. Can I please ask that we bring the live document on the screen and position it on the Amendment 13? Conference, I note that we received one amendment to draft resolution 2024F from Sweden. I now invite Sweden, the proposer of Amendment 13, to speak. Sweden, you have the floor.
Dear friends in Scouting, we appreciate the proposed event strategy, especially how it combines all the insights from the independent panel's report on the 25th World Scout Jamboree and the Innovating and Renewing World Events report. However, a problem is that all strategic parts to reshape world events are scheduled to begin after 2027. The slowest and most important long-term processes are put on hold, with all focus put on just one of the 5 points, these safe and international experiences. This is highly important, but we are worried about the long-term implications on the development of world events. It's clear from the proposed implementation process that WOSM has highly ambitious plans for the upcoming 6 years, and we need to respect their assessment of available resources. Fortunately, we have time to get the full frameworks for safety in place, as after the 25th VSG, both WOSM and future event hosts are fully aware of the importance of crisis and risk management. If some of those processes move a bit slower, to ensure we have time for strategic thinking and innovation, that's a trade-off we need to make. It's crucial for the future of our movement that we continue to innovate world events to ensure sustainability, diverse participation, diverse hosting, and diverse experiences. Finally, we urge all NSOs to actively participate in this process, nominate experts for the working groups, and share your national event experiences to enrich the global movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Delegates, may I remind heads of delegations to please remember to log in to their voting accounts so that we are ready to cast our votes when the time comes. Amendment 13, as shown on the screen, is now moved to the floor for consideration. Are there any delegations wishing to speak to this amendment? Please raise your country card or your virtual hands up so that you can get added to the speakers list. I see a few. Switzerland. Can we have a mic for Switzerland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Wanda from Switzerland. Dear representatives of our Scout movement, to this day, only a very small fraction of our movement can afford to participate at a World Scout event. With the new World Scout event strategy, world events are getting more complex, and only a handful of NSOs will remain that are actually capable of hosting a World Scout event. The strategy, with its current prioritization, will not be able to change this anytime soon. The way forward to make World Scout events more accessible and sustainable is through innovation of new event formats today. We ask you to support this amendment and help to create World Scout events for everyone.
Thank you, Switzerland. Can we have New Zealand, please?
Kia ora, good afternoon. My name is Vincent and I'm from Scouts Aotearoa, New Zealand. While New Zealand supports a review of international event formats, we are concerned about the second half of this resolution, which suggests a delay could occur in implementing the WOSM event strategy while the proposed event format review is completed by the World Scout Committee. After the World Scout Jamboree in Korea, and with other World Scout events rapidly approaching, we consider it a matter of priority that the WASM event policy is implemented first by the World Scout Committee rather than an investigation into other event formats. The risks faced at the World Scout Jamboree were, in some cases, life-threatening to participants. We need to rebuild trust with NSOs and ensure our events are safe before looking to the future event formats. As noted by the World Scout Committee, extensive consultation with this conference has already occurred regarding this strategy. We ask that member organisations consider the importance of the event strategy implementation and reputation of Scouting and the safety of participants when deciding how to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. World Scout Committee.
Chrissy from the World Scout Committee again. We appreciate the engagement of Sweden and Switzerland in bringing forward this engagement. It does present the conference you with a choice on which parts of the strategy will be prioritized. And I wish to draw attention to the last sentence of the amendment, which very accurately states that the conference accepts, if it approves the amendment, that other planned operational points will be actioned later than proposed and or delayed. Those would be the operational points mostly focused on having safer and more successful events of the existing kind. We have a limited amount of resources and focus, as every national scout organization does. We wish for the conference to be clear in where its priorities lie for the first 3 years of the strategy, in focusing fully on improving our existing events and standards, or in doing this more slowly and developing new formats. We will action your decision as we do with anything else, but we wish you to be considerate of the impacts of the amendment.
Thank you, Chrissy. Can we have Congo?
Merci. C'est Joseph Mangwende du Congo-Brazzaville, scoutisme congolais. Je vais poser une question pour la Suède, pour comprendre l'idée qu'ils ont partagée. Ici, moi, je pense plutôt d'avoir une espèce d'étude de faisabilité pour réaliser les événements internationaux, s'il faut dire, notamment un jamboree, pour arriver à vérifier, sinon avoir la certitude des différents axes de la stratégie, de la sûreté, la durabilité, l'accessibilité, l'inclusion, pour qu'on soit sûr que l'événement va tenir. Donc, est-ce que ce qui est dit ici serait rendu sous forme d'une étude de faisabilité pour réaliser l'événement? Merci.
Thank you. DRC, Finland. Can I have Finland on the floor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
My name is Jasper from Finland. I'll be speaking in English. The Guides and Scouts of Finland welcome this amendment. We see this as a great way to increase transparency in hosting and preparing a world event. We see that if the resolution is voted through after passing this amendment, we will build further trust between all parties involved, from member organizations, WASM, to the host organization. We see this amendment and the measures that it would provide in developing future concepts to give us further tools to prevent mistakes done in past and have enough time to look forward at the same time as we are still recovering. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. We will close the discussion with France, then hand it back to Sweden if they have any final thoughts. So France, you may have the floor.
Bonjour, je vais parler en français. Je suis Colline du scoutisme français. Nous tenons à soutenir l'amendement proposé par la Suède En effet, la sécurité de nos participants est un enjeu majeur aujourd'hui. Nous soutenons également les propositions de la stratégie proposée par le Comité mondial. En revanche, il y a urgence à réfléchir à nos nouveaux formats d'événements qui permettent à plus de jeunes de participer, et également à plus de pays de candidater. Aujourd'hui, nous aurons des événements plus sûrs, mais avec peut-être moins de jeunes, car des événements moins accessibles. Donc c'est pour ça que nous soutenons cet amendement, pour lancer la réflexion aujourd'hui et pas dans 6 ans, et aller au plus vite sur ce sujet. Merci.
Thank you, France. Conference, before we give this back to Sweden, if they have any final thoughts, do we have any delegations still wishing to speak? I see behind there someone raising their card. Can I have them added to my speakers list? Okay. It's Sweden. Okay, thank you. Sweden, please take the floor.
My name is Theo from Sweden. Thank you for the good question. If I understand correctly, it regards why we are doing this, why safety isn't considered the most important part. And we think, when we look at the proposed implementation process, that many of those points, they are really crucial to make sure we have safe events. Other ones are more about ascertaining the planning framework for safer event, risk management, and so on. And we find that current hosts, the future hosts, as well as WASM, already has the insights they need to provide those planning frameworks properly. Therefore, we find that some of the points in the plan can actually be delayed a bit without making a significant impact on safety, if even any impact on safety. It's just that the process will be going a bit slower, which will matters for the events that are further off. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Pardon me, conference, we have one more from the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Please, you may have the floor.
Merci pour la parole. Bon après-midi, chère conférence. De nature, je suis timide et calme, mais je me sens obligé de parler par moment. J'espère que je ne vous dérange pas. Mon inquiétude ou l'inquiétude de notre délégation est que la nature des activités ou des rassemblements, elle ne devrait pas être soustraite des traditions scouts. Quoique les cultures aujourd'hui nous y obligent, l'urgence ne serait pas nécessairement comme si on faisait une sorte de course, mais plutôt c'est poser des bonnes questions. Quelle est la nature de ce que l'on qualifie ou on qualifierait de risque? J'ai envie d'ajouter récurrent, c'est-à-dire aux fréquences qui viennent si souvent comme risque, à quoi sont exposés les jeunes de manière assez récurrente et comment y faire face. Et je crois que ces genres de réflexions, on ne devrait pas les faire comme si on faisait une sorte de course, mais plutôt les mûrir davantage. Et donc je crois que cet amendement, je rejoins donc mon ami de Suède qui a parlé tout à l'heure, je pense que on serait plus, excusez-moi, je vais dire responsable, je ne trouve pas un mot plus atténuant que ça, en approfondissant la question plutôt qu'en faisant une sorte de course. Merci.
Thank you, DRC. Just checking to see if we have locked anyone out. Cameroon.
Ok, bonjour, je suis Jean-Cédric Nsoa du Cameroun, commissaire international. Je voudrais prendre la parole, j'ai commencé en français, donc je vais continuer en français. Déjà, permettez-moi de saluer le professionnalisme du scoutisme coréen, de l'Égypte aussi. Et c'est ce sur quoi je vais embrayer pour dire que j'ai l'impression qu'ici, on est tellement dur avec nous-mêmes et on ne se rend pas compte de la difficulté que les délégations et du challenge que c'est que d'organiser un événement à caractère mondial. Je voudrais saluer aussi le travail et la coopération du Bureau mondial qui a accompagné les scouts. À chaque fois, on voudrait lever, je peux comprendre, la nécessité d'augmenter les critères. Et si on augmente les critères, quelquefois, moi je me pose la question sur la zone africaine qui est la nôtre. Et comment est-ce que nous, à un moment donné, on peut organiser des événements si à chaque fois, on se dit toujours les standards doivent monter, ils ne sont jamais bons. Moi je pense qu'on devrait apprendre, on devrait plus collaborer. Et je finis en disant, je salue la courageuse présentation du Rwanda tout à l'heure qui montre qu'en réalité, l'Afrique aussi est capable d'organiser à l'instar de l'Égypte, qui nous donne un très bel exemple aujourd'hui. Merci.
Thank you, Cameroon. In the interest of time, we will take just 2 more countries on the list. So let's have Jordan.
شكرا خالد، أتحدث باللغة العربية. دعونا نتفق أنه لا يوجد تخطيط استراتيجي دون مراجعة دورية، والمراجعة الدورية يتوقف عليها اتخاذ إجراءات سريعة. لذلك مراجعة الأحداث شيء مهم، فإن تأخير أي مراجعة يمكن أن يشكل خطورة، فنحن نؤيد هذا المقترح وهذا التعديل ونثني عليه. شكرا.
Thank you, Jordan. Any other delegation before we close the segment? Sweden, do you have any final thoughts after the last few NSOs? Yes, they do. Please take the floor.
Theo from Sweden. Thank you all for participating in this debate. I think it's important that we consider these prioritizations openly. I would finally like to point out the risks associated with hosting a World Scout Jamboree in 2039 with everything we know about climate change. Will that even be possible? How are we making such events safe? If we don't start the discussion about world events in 2039 within the coming 3 years, we will not be ready for hosting safe events in 15 years' time. I think that's the most important risk we need to consider here, the risk of dropping the strategic discussion for 3 years while we engage in optimizing the current events, forgetting future ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. We will now move to the vote on the amendment put by Sweden, amendment number 13. It's on the screen. This amendment requires simple majority to carry. Conference, I now invite all heads of delegation to move to their e-voting system to get ready to cast their vote. Go to the help desk for assistance in case of any challenges. May I check with the voting team? You ready? The voting team has confirmed the system is ready. The voting team can now open the votes on the amendment of Sweden, amendment number 13, which is on the screen. The vote will be open for 10 minutes. Conference, the vote is open. Delegations, please proceed to the e-voting system and cast your vote. Thank you, conference.
Heads of delegations, please make sure you log into the e-voting system, vote.scout.org, and please cast your vote. Once we see nobody's voting anymore, we will explore to close the vote early. Please log on to vote.scout.org to cast your vote.
conference. We wish to close the vote early. Anyone else keen on voting who is still in the process and having challenges, please raise your country card or raise your hand virtually so that someone can come to you. I see one at the back. Can we assist? Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else? Wonderful. Voting team, we can close the vote. There's one card raised. Okay. Hold that. Can we have, where is it? Thank you. Okay, conference, a few of us are still voting, so we will relay that a bit and give them a chance to vote. We have 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Those of us still voting in person and online. Okay. Anyone else voting that is experiencing challenges, please raise your country card. Thank you, conference. Voting team, please close the vote. May I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Sweden Amendment number 13? With 643 votes in favor, 105 votes against, 50 votes abstentions, the motion is carried. Thank you, conference, for the discussions on this proposal. I now ask our live editors to update the text as amended on the screen. Thank you. Thank you. Conference, seeing we have no further amendments to the 2024-F WASM events proposal, we will now consider the main motion as amended. Let's put the main motion 2024-F on the screen. Can I ask any delegations wishing to speak to this proposal to please raise their country card right now or virtual hand online so that we can recognize you? Now we are on the main motion. Seeing none. Seeing none, may I ask the World Scout Committee if they wish to comment? Any final thoughts? on this? Good, we are good. Dear conference, we will now vote on the main motion as amended as shown on the screen. The proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. Voting team, are we ready to cast the vote? Conference, the vote is ready and will be opened for 3 minutes. Voting team, may you please open the vote? Conference, with the vote opened, delegations can now proceed to vote. We have 3 minutes. Conference, we have about a minute to cast our votes. So please, heads of delegation, we have a card raised in front here. Can I have somebody? Thank you. Please continue raising your card. Okay, they're good, they're good. Thank you. Thirty more seconds to cast your vote. Conference, the vote is now closed. May I ask the voting team to please publish the vote? With 738 votes in favor and 18 votes against, 18 votes abstention, the motion is carried. Thank you for the discussions and decisions. Conference, over to you, Amal.
Thank you, Edgar. Thank you, conference. All right. Hope we're still here, focused, mind and physically and bandwidth. Get in there. We will now consider the draft resolution relating to towards a truly inclusive conference, which is draft resolution 2024J, as you can see in the screen. I now invite Brazil to speak to the proposal. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, conference. My name is Fernanda Soares. I'm the International Commissioner for Scouts of Brazil, and I will be speaking in Spanish. Me complace tener la oportunidad de presentarles el proyecto de resolución sobre la inclusividad de la Conferencia Scout Mundial. Antes de hablar sobre la propuesta, me gustaría destacar que esta propuesta fue construida en conjunto, no solo por escoteiros do Brasil y Scouts de Argentina, sino también por otras organizaciones miembros que conforman la región sur de la región interamericana, el Cono Sur, que también está compuesto por Bolivia, Chile, Paraguay y Uruguay. Para presentar la propuesta, primero compartiré una breve explicación antes de entrar en los detalles de la resolución. El proyecto de resolución busca reconsiderar el modelo de la Conferencia Scout Mundial para abordar el desafío de hacer el evento más accesible para los participantes. Es esencial reconocer las diversas realidades, incluidas las disparidades económicas que existen en todo el mundo. La ubicación geográfica de los participantes es un factor clave, ya que algunos países inevitablemente incurrirán en costos de viaje significativamente más altos debido a la distancia del lugar de la conferencia. Es importante desarrollar un sistema que considere estas disparidades para garantizar una participación equitativa. Aunque mantener la opción de participación en línea es crucial, es importante reconocer sus limitaciones. La experiencia en persona ofrece una interacción más completa e inmersiva que no se puede replicar completamente en línea. Por lo tanto, la participación en línea debe ser complementar en lugar de reemplazar la asistencia en persona. En cuanto a las consideraciones, reconocemos la resolución de la Conferencia 2021-06 sobre el fomento de la inclusividad, la diversidad y la participación en la Conferencia Scout Mundial. También reconocemos la necesidad de representación de todas las organizaciones miembros en la Conferencia Scout Mundial y siendo conscientes de que los desafíos geográficos y económicos pueden dificultar la asistencia física, al mismo tiempo, también reconocemos las dificultades económicas actuales debido a la pandemia COVID-19. También damos bienvenida a las iniciativas de participación en línea para las organizaciones miembros con dificultades económicas, notando que la participación en línea por sí sola no es suficiente para inclusión total y el beneficio de la conferencia. Necesitamos considerar la necesidad de revisar el modelo de eventos Scout mundiales, incluyendo cómo la organización mundial organiza sus conferencias mundiales. Teniendo en cuenta estos diversos factores, hemos propuesto las siguientes decisiones y recomendaciones que pueden ver en la pantalla. Instamos al Comité Scout Mundial a explorar modelos alternativos y de menor costos para las conferencias Scout mundiales, incluyendo eventos más cortos y el uso de sedes accesibles como centros educativos. También solicitamos a los anfitriones que ofrezcan una variedad de opciones de alojamiento. Solicitamos al Comité Scout Mundial que considere un sistema diferenciado de tarifas de participación baseado en la categorización existente de los países, participantes menores de 30 años, las distancias de viaje de los representantes, tarifas reducidas para las organizaciones miembros que registren solo un representante. Solicitamos que las organizaciones miembros continúen teniendo la opción de participación en línea con tecnología actualizada regularmente para mejorar la experiencia en línea. En resumen, se discuten soluciones más rentables y sistemas de tarifas de participación flexibles para las conferencias mundiales. Se destaca la necesidad de um marco de participação mais inclusivo e diverso, considerando desafios como as distâncias geográficas e as limitações econômicas que enfrentam as organizações membros. Com isto concluí nosso projeto de resolução. Muitas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. We will now open the floor for general discussions on the main motion. Dear delegates, please remember to raise your country cards or virtual hands, and your names or your country names will be added to the speakers list. Waiting to see the speakers list filled. We will take the discussions on the amendments later. We are now mainly talking about the general motion. I see some country cards raised. Please keep them raised until one of the volunteers recognizes you and notes in the speakers list. We have online joining Chile. Chile, please wait for a few seconds after you take the floor so that we can make sure that we can actually see you and hear you. I'll wait for the production team confirmation. Please make sure you turn your camera on and please unmute yourself once you are brought to the virtual stage so that we can clearly see you and hear you. Okay, while we are still waiting for the Chile delegation to get ready, I'll move. It's ready. Okay, we're not moving. Chile, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Greetings to all of you from Chile. I am Marcelo Montero, International Commissioner from GSCO de Chile. We support this resolution in its core, which is to enhance our representation to the conference, no matter the economic situation of our NSO, because all of our NSOs can face times there's a struggle economically. And this has not to be an impediment to participate, and even more important, to collaborate. This time, as NSO, we have to just go online, and it's a great opportunity when it's the only option. We see almost all the sessions, even when some of them are too early for us, but our collaboration was at least poor, because the collaboration is in the floor of the conference, it's in the coffee breaks and everywhere you meet. The ones who stay in our countries just have the WhatsApp groups and some other moments like this when can we try to speak to all of you. We want the online participation option still can be in the future with all the improvements the technology can provide, but we really hope in the future the in-person participation can be a reality for all the NSOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. Next on the list is Jordan. Jordan, please introduce yourself. The floor is
شكراً.
yours.
أتحدث باللغة العربية. خالد، أود أن أشكر البرازيل على جرأتها في طرح التعديل. الكشفية أصبحت مكلفة مالياً، وأخشى أن نصاب في عدوى الاحتراف الرياضي يوماً ما. إنما يصرف من الجمعيات على المؤتمرات من هذا النوع لو صرف على الفتية لساعدنا في تنفيذ الاستراتيجية الثلاثية بشكل جيد. فنحن ندعو إلى التقنين والعودة إلى البساطة لصالح الفتية والشباب. تمكين الشباب هو في تخفيض رسوم المشاركة. أدعو الجميع لأن يكون مع هذا التعديل. شكراً.
شكراً. Next, Mexico. Please introduce yourself.
Me voy a comunicar en español. Muy buenas tardes a la conferencia. Quiero felicitar a las hermanas y hermanos del Cono Sur por esta iniciativa. Creo que esto impulsa la participación. Este evento debe de tener la participación de todas las organizaciones y esta estrategia hace que podamos hacer que asistan. Es increíble que tengamos delegaciones muy, muy grandes y que tengamos hermanas y hermanos en línea y que no estén aquí. Tendremos que garantizar que puedan participar y que la asamblea sea más accesible. Creo que los días son muchos y pueden recortarse con actividades un poco más precisas, más cortas, y esto garantizaría que pudiéramos tener menos gastos en hoteles, en viajes, en traslados. Entonces, felicitamos esta iniciativa que están teniendo y nos sumamos a ella. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. Next on the list is Mali. Mali, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. Moi, je suis Keita Mohamed, le commissaire national de l'Association des scouts et guides du Mali, une association qui vient juste d'être reconnue par l'OMS. Donc, moi, je pense que cette résolution mérite d'être soutenue, puisque je prends juste le cas sur nous, le Mali. On vient juste d'être arrivé, et puis si notre participation est plus élevée que certains pays qui sont là depuis plus de 15 ans, 20 ans, donc souvent c'est pas encourageant. Donc c'est pourquoi nous soutenons cette résolution et nous demandons à tous les pays de soutenir cette résolution pour plus de participation à la conférence. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Seeing no more countries wishing to speak, I now check if Brazil wants or wishes to react to the different interventions. It's a no. Thank you, Brazil. Okay, can I please ask to bring the live document and position it on the amendments 14, 15, 16. So we will now be checking the amendments to the draft resolution 2024, J. 14 is proposed by Austria, and 15 and 16 are proposed by Italy. Since they all pertain to the same draft resolution, we will consider all at the same time. Okay? I now invite Austria as the proposer of Amendment 14 to speak first, and right immediately we will have Italy speak to Amendments 15 and 16. Austria, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Mo, and I will speak on behalf of the Austrian delegation on amendment number 12. Article 14, I'm sorry. Article 10 of WASM's constitution tasks the World Scout Conference with considering the policy and standards of the movement, formulating WASM's general policy, and considering recommendations by MOs. These are important and complex tasks, yet the time devoted to achieving them during conference is limited. While I highly appreciate and recognize the effort to create an attractive and diversified conference experience, roundtables and external speakers and keynote addresses on stage are not the primary purpose of convening this body. Rather, it's actively participating in the design of our movement's future, its drafting of and discussion on motions. Put simply, it's democracy. Our amendment would therefore complement this resolution to ensure that future conferences will be provided sufficient time and space to delegates so that we are able to use open sessions to negotiate with delegations on amendments and properly discuss resolutions instead of hustling to get it all done in a break in between sessions. It's become obvious that the merger of the Youth Forum and the World Scout Conference has led to a much tighter time frame for parliamentary work here. We are not, however, asking to extend the conference to facilitate that, but rather we're proposing to realign the conference's agenda with the conference's purpose. This conference, as the governing body of World Scouting, is responsible for steering the future of our movement. Thus, I believe we owe it to ourselves to do the job right. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. I'm now invited Italy to speak to amendments 15 and 16. Italy, you have the floor.
Hello, I am Marco. I am the IC for the Italian Federation, and I will speak in English. During the pandemic and in the current years, online participation has proved to be an effective instrument of inclusion and equality. The value of experiencing Scout events in presence, though, can't really be overstated. And these days in Egypt are a clear proof that this consideration fully extends to World Scout conferences. A solidarity fund was put in place for supporting the participation of delegates, and especially young delegates from countries facing economical struggles. But some MOs still couldn't cover for the costs for being present here in Cairo, or had to opt for very small delegations. There are many reasons for which a member organization could want or have to opt for online participation, but none of them should have to do with their not being able to afford the financial costs of physical participation. Fee revisions could of course be very helpful in improving equity of access to conferences in presence, but we feel that a specific effort should be put on the creation of a more comprehensive funding mechanism. A fund explicitly aiming at giving the opportunity to each MO to bring their delegates to the next and following conferences, taking into account not just a country's GDP, but also other factors such as geographical distances and the capacities of MOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. Amendments 14, 15, and 16 are now shown on the screen and are now moved to the floor for consideration. With that, are there any delegations wishing to speak to these amendments? Please raise your country cards or virtual hands so that we can note you to the speakers list. Please keep them raised until one of our volunteers recognizes you. Okay, first we have North Macedonia. Please introduce yourself and please be brief. The floor is yours, North Macedonia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Eli from Scout Association of Macedonia, and I will talk about Amendment 14, seconded by us. During this conference, it was evident that the meaningful participation is an imperative part of creating the future of our scouting movement. Conference, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of the self-organization and the initiative taken by the youth delegates here. The work done on the motion discussed here was not only fruitful, but it guaranteed that we participate in these democratic processes. In order for a conference to be inclusive, it needs to make sufficient space and time for everyone's voice to be heard. We believe that this amendment will secure not sacrificing that valuable time while still addressing the issues stated in the main motion proposed by Brazil. I want to finish my statement by congratulating all the youth delegates on their amazing work, and I hope that we can only strengthen and improve our participation in future events. Thank you.
Thank you, North Macedonia. Next on my list is Vietnam. Vietnam, you have the floor. Please be brief. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Tiêu from Pathfinder Scouts Vietnam, currently chairperson of National Youth Advisor and also a youth delegate in this conference. Dear conference, for the sake of more meaningful and quality participations, I urge you to support the original motion proposed by Brazil. I'm talking about the Amendment 15. So, for the motion proposed by Brazil, which suggests and specifies very reasonable considerations in the fee system, especially to support the participation of youth under 30, so that available resources could be efficiently given to those who really need, rather than making it scattering efforts. I believe that this original motion proposed by Brazil progressively indicates the notion that the chance to join the World Scouts Conference should not only promote equality, that only cares about giving the same things to everyone, but also should promote equity, where people are supported based on their individual needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. Next on my list is Guinea. You have the floor. Please be brief. Please introduce yourself.
Bangoura Foudemano, Scout de Guinée. Nous disons il faut remercier ces différents pays qui ont choisi ces amendements. C'est des amendements phares qui aidera le comité mondial et le bureau mondial à organiser cette conférence importante pour le scoutisme mondial. Si vous regardez au fond, ils parlent ou ils facilitent l'assistance, n'est-ce pas, des jeunes pour cette conférence. Parce que les points qu'ils ont signalés ou les points qu'ils demandent à rajouter sont des stratagèmes qui amèneront les jeunes à participer à la conférence. Et je trouve nécessairement que tous les pays doivent venir ou soutenir ces différents pays pour que ces propositions passent. Parce que quand ces propositions passent, c'est comme s'ils ont aidé les jeunes à participer à la conférence mondiale qui ne tiendra pas compte de leurs petits moyens 10 ans. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. For interest of time, we will limit it to the 4 remaining delegations wishing to take the floor that are on the list. Please remember these discussions are now around the amendments. Next is Monaco. Monaco, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Jean from Monaco, I'm the IC. Je vais parler en français. Monaco supporte l'amendement 15 par l'Italie. C'est une chose qui vient au sujet de ces propositions ici. C'est par le Brésil. Ce sont des très grands pays. Ce sont des pays qui ont des PIB qui sont moins importants que celui de Monaco. Mais nous ne sommes pas les seuls, surtout en Europe. Il y a des petites associations. Nous sommes d'un pays qui a un très grand PIB, mais nous avons des scouts, nous sommes peu nombreux. Donc ça veut dire que le prix que nous payons en étant en classification D, comparé par scout, est énorme. Donc nous aussi, nous souffrons. Donc nous sommes tout à fait d'accord qu'un mécanisme soit fait pour que tout le monde puisse être présent, mais d'annuler ce système de revoir le système de catégories, nous sommes d'accord de l'annuler. Merci.
Thank you, Monaco. Next is Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor.
Yes, so Mexico will speak Spanish. Bueno, en este caso México no comulga con la propuesta de Italia, siendo que lo que se propone originalmente es que se estudien y se revisen estos mecanismos que ya existen de una manera que ya está clara y concisa en puntos específicos. Si es que se fuesen a agregar el párrafo extendido que propone Italia a lo previo, podría ser diferente, pero en este caso México siente que si bien el sistema no es óptimo, pudiera ser mejorado. Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. To close the discussions around amendments, I have on my list Italy, followed by Australia Online, and then Senegal. Italy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to reply to the considerations about youth inclusion in the amendment by stating that actually a mechanism for having youth delegates and fostering youth participation has to be provided according to the decisions of the previous conference. So we didn't include it explicitly in our amendment because we are sure that any mechanism proposed for funding and financing participation of MOs should particularly include something about youth participation. So we didn't feel this to be a necessity, but something that would have been done in any case. Finally, we know that this is an alternative, apparently, to a review of fees, but we are sure, or better, we feel that a funding mechanism could be an easier way to provide the same result rather than creating a very articulate fee system that would surely not be okay for everybody. It will surely create some inequity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. Next is Australia joining us online. Australia, please take some time before you start intervening as we get you virtually to the stage. Please do not forget to turn on your camera and unmute. Can I get a confirmation from the production team whether we are ready to have Australia's intervention? We are ready. We're just bringing them on the virtual stage. After Australia, we will have Senegal before we conclude the discussions on the amendments 14, 15, and 16. Australia, please. Please make sure to turn your camera on and to unmute. It's coming. Australia, can you please start speaking? We will continue with Senegal until we get Australia virtually to the stage. Senegal, you have the floor. Please introduce yourself and please be brief.
C'est Aïssa Taba, jeune délégué sénégalais. Donc, nous soutenons l'amendement 15 car beaucoup de jeunes Sénégalais n'ont pas pu participer à cause des coûts élevés. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. Can I check with the production team whether we have Australia ready to intervene now? Australia, can you please turn your camera on and can you please unmute yourself and start speaking? We're still checking with the production team. and coordinating with Australia. Australia, can you please start speaking? Can you please make sure to unmute yourself? We're still not able to hear you. Please make sure to unmute yourself and start speaking. Can I have a final confirmation from the production team whether we are able to have Australia with us? Okay, looks like we're not able to get Australia for this amendments discussion. With that, can I check whether Austria or Italy have any final words? I recognize Italy has provided some answers, but check in with both Austria and Italy whether there are any final words. I see Austria. Please be brief. The floor is yours. Can we have a mic for Austria, please? It's on this side of the room. Can we have a mic for Austria? Thank you.
Thank you very much, conference. I'm sorry Australia couldn't join this debate, but I meant Austria is very close to Australia anyway. Although the debate that's been going on before did not concern our amendment mostly, I would just like to add that if our amendment was adopted, it would provide for more spaces to share dialogue across the regions, and I think that's what's most important about the World Conference and what has been maybe missing a little bit in the past couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Italy, any final words, or are we good to go? Yes? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like to stress that the removal of the bullet list of criteria for having a better allocation of fees is not to be interpreted in the sense of wanting to disempower those conditions, but it's just a way to offer the committee a room for finding the best solution, taking into account these elements, but also many more, in order to have a mechanism that is suitable for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. With that, we will now move to votes on the amendments. Again, in the interest of time, we are going to take these 3 votes as simultaneous votes. That means that we will open 3 votes, 1 for each amendment like we've been doing for the few last minutes. And they will be clearly marked. So Amendment 14, First Amendment from Austria, Amendment 15, First Amendment from Italy, and Amendment 16 for the Second Amendment for Italy. We will give you enough time to vote on this. With that, I now invite all heads of delegation to move to the e-voting system. Make sure you're logged in. These votes or these amendments require a simple majority, and the vote on amendments 14, 15, 16 will open for 7 minutes. With the votes open, delegations can now proceed to voting. Please remember, these are 3 votes to cast. Thank you. Dear conference, just a reminder that these are 3 separate votes. We see a difference of number of votes for Amendment 14 compared to 15 compared to 16. So please remember that these are 3 different votes and it's a separate votes for each, marked clearly, labeled. We have 3 more minutes to go. Please cast your vote as soon as possible, should you wish so. Can I ask if there are more delegations wishing to cast the vote? Or if we can close the vote early? Okay. Can I ask the voting team to close the vote? The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Austria Amendment number 14. With 712 votes in favor, 114 against, 26 abstentions, the Amendment 14 is carried. Thank you. I now ask the voting team to publish the results for the first Italy Amendment, Amendment number 15. Okay. With 607 votes in favor, 213 votes against, and 26 abstentions, the Amendment 15 is carried. Thank you. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the second Italy Amendment, Amendment number 16. With 677 votes in favor, 131 against, 38 abstentions, the Amendment 16 is carried. Thank you, conference. I now ask our live editors team to update the text as amended. Since we do not have any further amendments on the 2024J towards a truly inclusive conference proposal, we will now move to the main motion as amended. Yes, we have it on screen. Thank you. Can I ask if there are any delegations left who wish to speak to the main motion? I see World Scout Committee. World Scout Committee, you have the floor. Please be brief.
Chrissy, on behalf of the World Scout Committee, dear conference, I think we all agree that WASM events are a topic of concern and consideration, and we need to continue to strive for better. I want us to reflect, though, that it's quite easy to take a resolution, not this, but any, and put more on it, like a Christmas tree of death, some say. You add decorations until it collapses. Some of these priorities might be mutually exclusive. You cannot be more sustainable and cheaper at the same time. You cannot be more engaging in your working methods and add more parliamentary at the same time. Over the long run, you might be able to achieve it, but some of these things will have to be prioritized. So I urge you, when you consider this, also in its implementation, that some choices will need to be made on when we do what. We've clearly heard you on the inclusiveness and the financial accessibility. I think that's very clear. But I want to note this point here in plenary, that we don't have a magic bag of money somewhere stashed that we can take out. Otherwise, I think we would have found it by now. But this is going to require time and effort. And we need you all to help us make this happen, to get the ideas in the room of how we can do this, right? And I do ask you if any one of you has found a way of making that happen in your national organizations. If you have an event that has all of it, please do find me, share the ideas. If not, we'll have to create them together. Thank you.
Thank you, World Scout Committee. Thank you, Chrissy. Can I check if there are any delegations wishing to interact before handing it back to Brazil for any final remarks? I see none. Brazil, do you wish to speak and share reflections on the proposal? Yes? Can we have a brief intervention, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be speaking English this time. I would like to thank the conference for all the debates that we had on this resolution. Thank you, all of you, for your support. These are most of the measures that we are proposing here. We've seen them being applied. In Brazil, we have modified the way that we do our national assemblies, and they're very similar to what we are proposing here, so we are more than welcome to contribute to the next World Scout Committee to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. Seeing no further delegations wishing to speak, let us move to vote. We will vote now on the main motion as amended and as shown on the screen. This proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. Checking with our voting team whether we are ready to proceed with voting. Remember, this is a simple majority vote. Okay, so we're ready to vote on the draft resolution 2024F. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. Voting team, can you please open the vote? With the vote opened, delegations can now proceed to cast their votes. Dear conference, we have 122 delegations who have voted. 1 minute to go. Please do cast your vote as soon as possible if you wish to do so. Thank you. Okay. The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the 2024 J towards a truly inclusive conference. With 728 votes in favor, 64 votes against, 12 abstention, the resolution is carried. Thank you, conference. Thank you, everyone, for your discussions and decisions. Okay, before we move on to the next one, I think we all need some stretch, a little bit of an energizer. We're not going on a break just yet. I think we're still focused. And I think Edgar will be so happy to get us into an energizer. Over to you, Edgar.
Indeed, I am so happy. Okay. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, awesome. Now, yesterday we sang. Today, let's stand up a bit. Just stand up a bit. Just stand up a bit. And do me a favor and go behind your chair. Go behind your chair and push it in. Push it in so that you have some half 30 centimeters to work with. We're going to do a quick energizer to stretch a bit. All you do is you repeat what I say and what I do, right? Easy enough? Okay, let's start with the first part. Okay, that part was easy. Now, the second part. I sing, you repeat the words I say, right? Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take my ball, I put it here, I shoulder. I shoulder. Okay, now we are almost there. Now let's start. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Okay, now take your position like this. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take my ball. I take my ball. I put it here. I headache. I headache. I take my ball. I put it here. I waste taker. I waste taker. I take my ball. I put it here. I shoulder. I shoulder. Balance the ball, balance the ball. Balance the ball, balance the ball. I take my ball. I put it here. I pepeta. I pepeta. Okay, you can take your seat.
Thank you so much, Edgar. That was very much needed. All right. Now back to our resolutions. Madhu, over to you.
Thank you, Amal. Conference. Now we will consider the 2024 World Mental Health Policy, as you can see on the screen. I now invite Colombia to speak to their proposal. Colombia, you have the floor now.
Hello, everyone. Hello, conference. My name is Mónica Figueroa. I'm the International Commissioner of the Scouts of Colombia, and I'm going to talk in Spanish. En nombre de la Asociación Scouts de Colombia, queremos presentar el espíritu detrás de nuestra resolución para la creación de una política mundial de salud mental. Esta iniciativa está impulsada por la creciente comprensión de lo crucial que es la salud mental, no solo para los participantes de nuestros programas, sino en todas las estructuras de nuestra organización. Creemos que es un tema que debe abordarse con urgencia, cuidado y dedicación. La salud mental es la base sobre la cual se construye nuestro bienestar y crecimiento personal. La reciente pandemia del COVID-19 ha sido un recordatorio claro de la importancia de contar con sistemas de apoyo estructurados en salud mental. Para muchos de nosotros fue un tiempo de aislamiento, ansiedad e incertidumbre, y dejó claro lo fundamental que es este tema. Nuestra resolución propone una política mundial de salud mental que cree entornos seguros e inclusivos en el movimiento Scout, donde todos se sientan apoyados. Imaginamos que esta política no solo mejorará las habilidades de liderazgo y de vida de nuestros jóvenes, sino que también fomentará una comunidad más fuerte y conectada y compasiva para todos y todas. Cuando se cuida nuestro bienestar mental, estamos mejor preparados para liderar, aprender y vivir de acuerdo con los valores que como Scouts apreciamos. Esta política no solo es para los jóvenes, para los participantes de nuestros programas, sino para todos los adultos involucrados en el movimiento Scout. Queremos promover el bienestar mental en todos los niveles, asegurando que cada persona, ya sea Scout, líder o voluntario, se sienta equipada y apoyada para enfrentar los desafíos que puedan surgir. Asimismo, esta política está alineada con la nueva estrategia para el movimiento Scout, en donde una de nuestras prioridades son la protección y el bienestar del movimiento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. We now open the floor for general discussion on the main motion. The floor is now open for discussion on the main motion. Delegation wishing to speak may raise your country card, and the virtual participants may raise the virtual hand. We recognize Norway. You have the floor now.
Yeah. I'm Thomas from Norway, and I will speak in English. Dear friends in Scouting, we have now carried a great strategy, an important triennial plan, and a couple of resolutions to secure a safe and inclusive Scout movement. The Guides and Scouts of Norway therefore asked the conference to consider how to best prioritize the resources of the World Scout Committee, World Scout Bureau, and the World Scout movement. To prioritize means to make tough decisions to ensure that we reach our goals. With this in mind, we urge you to vote against the next 3 resolutions. This is not because the topics are not important, but rather to prioritize our resources towards the new strategy for the Scout movement and the plan for the next 3 years. We truly believe that the previous resolutions in themselves will contribute to fixing the issues that the 3 remaining resolutions address. Our human, economic, and strategic resources are limited. And all of us here need to go into ourselves and decide what we think the Scout movement really should prioritize in the coming 3-year period before we cast our votes for the next 3 resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. As we don't see any other delegation raising their hands, Colombia, do you wish to speak at this stage?
Thanks a lot for the suggestions and recommendations, and we believe that this topic, mental health, needs to have a special development. That's why we believe with a world policy, this could be addressed in the right way, because mental health is something that it's a priority, and we understand this. Some of this is already covered in Safe from Harm. However, we believe that mental health, it should be a topic that needs to reach the needs not just of the young people and participants of our programs, but also adults in scouting in HNSO. So that's why we really recommend to the conference to approve and carry this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Should any of the delegation wish to speak, kindly raise your country card. Thank you, conference. We have now heard all the delegation who wish to speak. Can I please ask the team to bring the live document on the screen and position it on Amendment 17? We'll just hold it. We have Malawi, who is ready to speak. Can we recognize Malawi here?
Dear the conference, on the mental health policy as Association of Malawi, we truly recommend that, because being as Association of Malawi, we work with young people from different groups, and these groups, they pass through a lot of issues, like the ones in the refugee camp and those in the rural communities. However, we need more expertise for our local groups to have knowledge on how they can handle mental issues and create a inclusive environment for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Malawi. Now we recognize the state of Palestine.
Hi to all, I am Sakhar Hamid, International Commissioner of Palestinian Scout Association. I want to talk in Arabic language. بشأن تعزيز سياسة الصحة النفسية في الحركة الكشفية، أنا أرى أن هذا أمر هام جدا، ولكن علينا أن ننتبه لشيء، أن ذلك يأتي ضمن قادة الوحدات في الحركة الكشفية المباشرين للعمل الكشفي، وبالتالي نحن نمارس دائما ضمن السياسة أن نقول هكذا، أن هذا صلح حال القائد صلح حال من حوله، وبالتالي هو النموذج الذي بإمكانه أن يطبق تعزيز سياسة الصحة النفسية لدى الكشافين والفتية. شكرا.
Thank you, State of Palestine. Now I ask the production team to bring the live document on the screen on amendment number 17 and position it.
Yeah.
While we wait, I note we have received the amendment to the draft resolution 2024H, World Mental Policy from Australia. I invite Australia, the proposer of the amendment 17, to speak. Let us bear with the time, as Australia are online and the production team is bringing them on the screen.
Hello, friends. I'm hoping very much you can hear me. My name is Lisa. I will be speaking in English to Amendment 17. We thank Colombia for the elevation of this important issue. However, our amendment is to ensure that the global issue of mental health is integrated and/or measures already in place strengthened across current WASM policies and initiatives for all members, youth, adult, or otherwise. Further to this, that there is support provided to member organisations to help implement, strengthen, or add to initiatives to support mental health of their members. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Sorry that we missed each other on the WASM Events Amendment earlier due to technical difficulties, but we are happy to have you here now. Thank you. Amendment number 17, as shown on the screen, is now moved to the floor for consideration. Any delegation wishing to speak on this amendment, raise your country card so that you will be added to the speaker list. Delegations wishing to speak to this amendment, please raise your country card so that we add you to our speaker list. We have Liechtenstein. Kindly, the floor is yours.
Dear conference, hello, I'm Mia from Liechtenstein. I just want to make aware that we didn't hear the colleague from the state of Palestine since there was no translation. So I would like to request that he has the chance to restate his statement and that we have a translation so that everyone knows what he said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May we now recognize the state of Palestine to kindly repeat your interventions, and I also request the translation team to ensure it is relayed.
Hi to all, my name is Sakhar Hamid. I am IC of Palestinian Scout Association, but excuse me, I want to talk in Arabic language. نتحدث عن تعزيز الصحة النفسية في الحركة الكشفية، وهي بالتأكيد معمول بها عند البعض، ولكن نحن نريد أن نقول أن دائما يتطلب الأمر أن نعزز ذلك عند القائد الذي يعمل مع الوحدات الكشفية تحديدا. فنحن نعلم في كشافة فلسطين ونقول دائما في تدريباتنا للقادة: إذا صلح حالك صلح حال من حولك. وبالتالي أنا أرى بأن ذلك يتطلب تعزيزا هاما لتعزيز الصحة النفسية رغم أن الحال ما عمل من الحماية من الأذى وخلافه، إلا أن ذلك أمرا هاما يتطلب منا جميعا تعزيزه. شكرا.
Thank you, State of Palestine. Any delegation wishing to speak on the Amendment 17, kindly raise your country cards. I would like to ask Australia, do you wish to speak at this stage? Thank you, conference. We have now heard all the delegation who wish to speak. We will now move to the vote on the amendment put by Australia, amendment number 17 on the screen. This requires a simple majority to carry. I request all the head of the delegation to move to their e-voting system, and the vote will be open for amendment number 17 for 3 minutes. May I request the voting team to open the votes? We have 30 seconds to close the vote. Delegations wishing to vote may do so now. Time up. Thank you. The vote is now closed. May I ask the voting team to kindly publish the results for the amendment number 17? The motion is carried with 682 votes in favor, 62 votes against, and 18 votes abstain. Thank you, conference, for the discussions on this proposal. I now ask the live editors to update the text as amended on the screen. Seeing we have no further amendments to the 2024 World Mental Health Policy proposal, we will now consider the main motion as amended. The main motion is now on the screen. Can I ask if there are any delegation left that wish to speak on the proposal? If you wish to speak, kindly raise your country card so that you may be added to our speaker list. As we see none, we will now move to the main motion voting. As shown on the screen, the proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. Checking with the voting team if we are ready to vote. We are checking with the voting team for the readiness of the system to begin voting. Confirming with the voting team. The vote is now ready and will be open for 3 minutes. The voting team may open the votes. With the votes opened, the delegation may proceed to vote.
Without any warning, we're sucking up the oxygen. The room is getting smaller. We always have it coming, like animals who like to bite.
Final 30 seconds left. Delegations wishing to vote may do so now. Thank you. The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to kindly publish the results for Draft Resolution 2024H, World Mental Health Policy. The motion is carried with 642 votes in favor, 62 against and 24 abstain. Thank you, conference. I will now pass to Edgar.
Wonderful, Madhu. Conference, we are making excellent progress. We will now consider Draft Resolution 2024L, Champion the Prevention of Gender-Based Violence, as you can see on the screen. May I invite Colombia to speak to their proposal. Colombia, you have the floor. Can we have a mic to Colombia?
Hello, hello, dear conference, it's me again. And I wish to speak in Spanish again. Okay. Queremos promover una resolución con un enfoque educativo para la prevención de la violencia basada en género. Según ONU Mujeres, 1 de cada 3 mujeres a nivel mundial experimentará algún tipo de violencia física o sexual en su vida. Esta cifra es aún más preocupante cuando consideramos que muchas veces este tipo de violencia no se denuncia. Al abordar este problema mediante herramientas educativas y promoviendo la igualdad de género, significa una gran oportunidad para el movimiento Scout para crear comunidades más inclusivas, seguras y pacíficas. Con esta resolución podremos brindar oportunidades educativas que permitan empoderar a los jóvenes del mundo para convertirse en defensores de un mundo más justo, un mundo en el que todos y todas seamos tratados con dignidad, respeto e igualdad. Gracias.
Thank you, Colombia. Conference will open the floor for general discussion on the main motion. Delegates, please remember to raise your country card or your virtual hand for any discussions on this proposal as a whole, and wait until our plenary team approaches you and puts you on the speakers list. The floor is now open for discussion on the main motion. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Nous soutenons cette résolution sur les violences basées sur le genre parce que les taux en Afrique, et principalement en Afrique de l'Ouest, en Afrique du Centre, sont des taux vraiment très alarmants et ça impacte négativement sur les jeunes et sur leur développement mental, sur leur développement physique, etc. J'ai vu l'amendement qui est proposé pour s'inspirer de ce qui est en train d'être fait par l'AMGE. Je voudrais justement informer que des associations scouts nationales, des OSN, sont en train de faire un très grand travail sur la lutte contre les violences basées sur le genre, avec des innovations qui s'appliquent sur l'intelligence artificielle, en proposant des outils vraiment innovants pour les jeunes, en mettant en place des plateformes digitales qui permettent aux jeunes d'en discuter. J'en prends pour l'exemple le travail que nous faisons, nous le Sénégal, avec le Niger, avec la Côte d'Ivoire, avec le Bénin, tous des associations scouts nationales. Nous avons ensemble de grands programmes que nous développons en Afrique de l'Ouest, en mettant des outils innovants à la disposition des jeunes, mais en développant des campagnes qui dépassent les frontières des pays, des campagnes très importantes qui permettent aux jeunes d'accéder à la bonne information, de prendre des décisions par rapport à leur vie et d'être justement des leaders dans leur propre communauté sur ces types de questions-là. Donc, je voudrais inviter à ce qu'on essaie de voir ce que nous faisons à l'intérieur même de l'Organisation mondiale du mouvement scout, comment capitaliser tout cela et comment le mettre à profit et au bénéfice de tout le monde. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. Any other delegation wishing to speak? Conference, we will also wish to say as we continue that we are aware some internet bandwidth issues are present and we are working to try and sort them. Please refrain from using internet for heavy data usage, live streaming, Netflix, etc. We are trying to extend voting, so we will please just check on that. Thank you. Portugal, you have the floor.
Hi. Hello. I'm Ivo from Portugal. And we are in agreement with the proposal. Just would like to underline that it is to prepare all these resources to tackle with gender violence, whichever gender we are talking about which suffers violence. If that's the spirit of the proposal, we are in favor.
Thank you, Portugal. There is no more delegation wishing to speak to this. We will move forward. Thank you, conference. Can I please ask to bring the live document on the screen? Thank you. And position each amendment 18 and 19. While we do that, Draft Resolution 2024L, champion the prevention of gender-based violence from Sweden and Spain. I would like to draw conference attention that this amendment has two sections, A and B. You see it indicated red on the top and the bottom of the screen. Thank you. I'll invite Sweden, the proposer of Amendment 18, to speak to the proposal. Then after that, Spain will also come and speak. Sweden, you have the floor.
I will. Dear Dear friends in Scouting and Guiding, my name is Lucas and I am from Sweden. I am a man and I am a victim of gender-based violence. And chances are, so are you. We are victims of gender-based violence because of the fact that many of my dearest friends don't feel safe and empowered, even in scouting, because of their gender. I am a victim because of the fact that when I was a young scout, some of my so-called friends teased me that I wasn't manly enough because I liked singing and learning about the world instead of so-called manly things like playing war. WAGS has, together with WUSM, driven the Scouting and Guiding movement forward ever since the days of Lord Robert Baden-Powell, and has close to a century delivered programs, advocacy, and educational campaigns for a just and gender-equal world. I have worked a lot with WAGS as a volunteer, and their scout programs and campaigns on gender-based violence is comprehensive and has made real differences in communities around the world. By partnering with WAGS, this resolution would be much more effective in its implementation due to their great experience and expertise in addressing gender-based violence in a holistic way. This partnership would also make the resolution cheaper in its implementation, as WUSM wouldn't need to reinvent the wheel by creating completely new programs and campaigns. WUSM has everything to gain from this partnership. Do not miss this chance to make a real difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sweden. Spain, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Marta from Scouts of Spain. I'm going to be speaking in Spanish. En primer lugar, gracias a Scouts de Colombia por proponer esta resolución y gracias también a los Scouts de Cabo Verde por haber colaborado con nosotros en esta enmienda. La violencia de género es un problema constante en nuestras vidas, en nuestras sociedades, y nosotras como Scouts debemos defender la igualdad de género y los derechos humanos todos los días. Para lograrlo, Lo que proponemos es la creación de unos materiales educativos comprensivos que puedan ser proporcionados a nuestras distintas organizaciones nacionales para garantizar una educación de calidad sobre este tema, evitando la sobrecarga de nuestros marcos operativos y de nuestras estructuras en nuestras organizaciones Scouts. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Spain. Amendment 18 and 19, as shown on the screen, are now moved to the floor for consideration. Are there any delegations wishing to speak to these two amendments? Please raise your country card or your virtual hand online. Any delegations wishing to speak before we move for a vote? Guinea, you have the floor.
Merci. Il faut remercier les pays qui ont porté cette résolution, mais nous savons que la violence basée sur le genre est devenue un comportement de la base au sommet. Ça vit dans les familles et ça vit dans les différentes structures que nous mettons nous-mêmes en place. Donc, si cette résolution tire les coups pour aller résoudre ces violences basées sur le genre, est une bonne solution. Et cette solution, nous le souhaitons que ça soit voté, n'est-ce pas, par tous les autres pays, et nous les demandons vraiment de respecter cette résolution, parce que ça sera une résolution mère dans notre structure de la base au sommet. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Guinea. Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Eleonore du mouvement Scout de Suisse. I'll be speaking in English, in French, sorry. Chère conférence, ma prise de parole fait référence à l'amendement 18 proposé par la Suède. Le mouvement Scout de Suisse est convaincu de l'importance d'une collaboration efficace et constructive entre l'OMMS et la MGE. En plus de renforcer l'impact du scoutisme et guidisme dans le monde, profiter des synergies permet de réduire les coûts, comme mentionné tout à l'heure par notre ami suédois. Pour ces raisons, le mouvement Scout de Suisse est favorable à cet amendement. Merci.
Thank you, Switzerland. Can we have Jordan? Jordan, you have the floor.
شكرا. أنا لدي استفسار أود توضيح. ما دام لدينا سياسة اسمها سياسة الحماية من الأذى، فلا أعلم كيف يمكن أن يكون لدينا نصان. فما فائدة هذا النص ما دام لدينا سياسة عريضة تسمى سياسة الحماية من الأذى؟ فهو مجرد استفسار. شكرا.
Thank you, Jordan. Checking to see if we have any final one before I take it back. Sweden, Spain. Any final thoughts? Good. Thank you. Conference, we will now move to vote on the amendment put by Sweden, number 18, on screen. Note the A and B section, as well as the amendment from Spain, number 19, on the screen. They both require a simple majority to carry. I now invite all heads of delegations to move to their e-voting system to get ready to cast their vote. Make sure you're logged in refresh your voting screen. I will just check in with the voting team to ensure that it's good. Thank you. The vote is ready. Voting team can open the vote for 7 minutes. With the vote open, delegations can now proceed to vote. Please note that there are 2 votes to be taken, so ensure you click on one, vote, then click on the second and vote. Conference, anyone else keen on voting? Please raise your country card. If you haven't voted, we have one there. Please check and it can be assisted. Remember, conference, you need to vote on both questions. You need to vote on the first one. Once you're done, you vote on the second, if you so wish. Don't forget, there are 2 votes that are running, so you need to vote on both of them. We still have 2 minutes remaining. Comrades, we are looking to close the vote early. Anyone else keen on voting? Please raise your country card. If you're still in the process of voting, raise your country card. Anyone? We are good? Thank you. Voting team, you may close the vote. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Sweden amendment number 18. With 642 votes in favor, 143 against, 37 votes abstention, the motion is carried. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Spain amendment number 19. Thank you. 630 votes in favor, 126 against, 48 votes abstention. The motion is also carried. I now ask our live editors to update the text as amended on the screen. We will give them a minute to finish updating. In the meantime, thank you, conference, for the discussions and decisions on this proposal. We will move back to the main motion as amended. 2024L, champion the prevention of gender-based violence. Seeing we have no further amendments to this proposal, we will now consider the motion as amended on the screen. Can I ask if there are any final delegations left that wish to speak to that proposal? Please raise your country card so that you can get recognized to speak. Any final delegations? Seeing none. I wish to ask Colombia if they have anything to say further. Any final thoughts? No? Okay. Thank you. Conference, we will now vote on the main motion as amended, as shown on the screen. The proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. May I ask the voting team if we are ready for the vote? Voting team, are we ready with the vote? The voting team can now open the vote on draft resolution 2024-L. This is a simple majority vote. The vote will be open for 3 minutes. 4 minutes, conference. The vote will be open for 4 minutes. With the vote open, delegations can proceed to vote. Heads of delegation, please move into the e-voting system and cast your vote. heads of delegation, please move into the e-voting system and cast your vote. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. One minute, 30 seconds. Any other person wishing to vote, please raise your country card. Almost there, conference. Anyone else wishing to vote? Thank you. Conference, the vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to please publish the results. Thank you, voting team. Thank you, conference. With 693 votes in favor, 78 votes against, 33 votes abstention, the motion is carried. Thank you so much, conference. We are almost there. We will get some small energy to push us to the last part completely, the last draft resolution. So just as you're seated there, I would like you to do something for me. When I shout bananas of the world, you shout back to me, unite. Bananas of the world. Now as you do that, you do a clap, okay? Bananas of the world. Bananas of the world. Mangoes of the world. Mangoes of the world, melons of the world, oranges of the world, bananas of the world, bananas of the world. Go be the fruit of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Edgar, for that energy. As we move on to the last segment of the day, conference, we will now consider Draft Resolution 2024J, Living Together in Peace, as you can see on the screen. I now invite Madagascar to speak to their proposal. Madagascar, the floor is yours.
Manaona. Hello, everyone. I'm Angelo from Madagascar. I will continue my speech in French. Mes chers commissaires, interprétons d'abord que vivre ensemble en paix, c'est d'accepter les différences, être à l'écoute, faire preuve d'estime, de respect et de reconnaissance envers autrui et vivre dans un esprit de paix et d'harmonie. Tel que stipulé dans la Constitution de l'OMS à l'article 1, nous sommes un mouvement ouvert à tous sans distinction de genre, d'origine
de race ni de croyance. Dans ce sens, il est très important de respecter et de comprendre la diversité dans le monde, de favoriser le dialogue et l'entraide. Ainsi, cette résolution est essentielle pour renforcer notre engagement envers la paix et l'éducation en permettant aux jeunes de développer les compétences nécessaires pour devenir des citoyens engagés et constructifs. Mes chers commissaires, en votant oui à cette résolution, nous allons réaffirmer notre promesse de paix du mouvement scout, qui est une partie intégrante de notre responsabilité en tant que premier mouvement éducatif de jeunesse dans le monde. Nous souhaiterons ainsi à réaffirmer l'engagement du mouvement scout en faveur de la paix en tant que premier mouvement éducatif de jeunesse au monde. C'est pourquoi notre déclaration d'impact dans cette nouvelle vision dit un monde en paix et inclusif. Et aussi de reconnaître la résolution A/RES par 72 par 130 de l'Assemblée générale de l'ONU qui proclame le 16 mai Journée internationale de vivre ensemble en paix. Je souligne que cette résolution réaffirme le statut de l'OMMS en qualité de consultant auprès de l'ONU. Ainsi, le Frère Scoutisme de Madagascar, la Fédération du Scout du Sénégal, dirigée par Abissane, et toutes les organisations membres qui ont amendé, invitent toutes les organisations membres à célébrer la Journée internationale de vivre ensemble en paix chaque année le 16 mai. Incite aussi les organisations membres à intégrer l'éducation à une culture de paix dans le programme, dans le but d'établir la paix politique, sociale et économique, et de développer des compétences de vie pacifique chez les jeunes. Ma promesse scout pour la paix, peace will be with us. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Madagascar. We will now open the floor for general discussion on the main motion. The floor is now open for discussion on the main motion. Delegations wishing to speak may raise your country card. We are waiting to see the speaker list filled. Ukraine, the floor is yours.
My name is Sasha. I'm from Ukraine, and I will speak in English. Dear conference, the importance of supporting this resolution on peace cannot be stressed enough. We find ourselves at a time where the absence of peace is not just a distant The absence of peace is not just a distant reality. It's a daily challenge that affects us all. It is our collective responsibility to explore every possible action, old or new, to achieve the peace we so desperately need. Ukraine asks you to support the vital effort and make it a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. Thank you, Ukraine. Now we have State of Palestine, Mali, and Germany in line to speak. We recognize State of Palestine. The floor is yours.
Excuse me, I want to talk in Arabic language. يعني الكشفية الفلسطينية التي هي عنوانا أصيلا في كل فلسطين للسلام. دائما وكنا في المؤتمر السابق قد تحدثنا عن الحق في العيش بسلام. جئنا من فلسطين. أنا من أحدثكم أعيش في مدينة غزة التي الآن تحت الحرب. نحن ندعم السلام ومع السلام، بل نحن عنوان للسلام، ولكن قد فقدنا 30 شهيدا من أبناء الكشفية الفلسطينية، وما زالوا لحتى اللحظة زملائهم يعملون حتى هذه اللحظة في خدمة أبناء شعبهم، في تقديم الدور الإغاثي وأيضا التعليم وتوزيع الأكل والماء، ونعمل بكل قوة مع المنظمات الدولية ومن ضمنها الصندوق الأمم المتحدة للسكان الUNFPA. لقد عشت 6 شهور تحت الحرب، فقدت منزلي وفقدت عددا كبيرا من عائلتي. ألا متى هذا السلام؟ نحن ندعم السلام ونريد السلام ولا نريد العيش إلا بسلام. شكرا.
Thank you, State of Palestine. Now we recognize Mali. Please keep it brief and concise. Mali.
Mohamed Keita, le commissaire national de l'Association des scouts et guides du Mali. Cette résolution est vraiment la bienvenue. Nous sommes dans des pays de guerre. Les jeunes n'arrivent plus à circuler comme ils le veulent. Il y a des parties de notre pays dont nous ne pouvons pas aller. Nous sommes appelés à aller former les jeunes, mais on n'arrive pas à aller à cause de la guerre, à cause de tout ça. Alors que la guerre est plus chère que la paix. Mais l'homme de sa nature n'aime pas les choses qui ne sont pas chères. Regardez un peu juste. C'est vraiment injuste de ne pas vivre en paix. Vivre ensemble est un devoir pour nous tous. Nous sommes là, au moment où nos politiques sont en train de se déchirer. Mais nous sommes là ici. Nous sommes là tous. Tous ces pays sont là aujourd'hui. Nous sommes unis par notre promesse scout. Nous sommes unis par le foulard. Et nous sommes condamnés à vivre ensemble. Cette résolution, le Mali le soutient à 100%. Merci.
Thank you, Mali. Germany, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tawfiq Hartit from Germany. I will speak in English. Dear conference, the German delegation very much welcomes the initiative of Madagascar and Senegal to propose this resolution for voting, which contributes through education for a culture of peace to the impact statement, a peaceful and inclusive world of the new strategy for scouting. Some more background information. The International Day of Living Together in Peace is already deeply rooted in scouting. The Association of Muslim Guides and Scouts of Germany, an NSA of the German Federation, is a co-initiator of this International Day, together with other scout organizations and recognized NGOs, who all campaigned for the introduction of this day in a global campaign from 2014 to 2017. This day is also the merit of its initiator, Sheikh Khalid Ben Tunis, who is also a scout and likewise the honorary president of the Association of Muslim Guides and Scouts of Germany. He has shown tremendous commitment to the introduction of this day. In Germany, we have been celebrating this day continuously for 7 years through various activities such as public stage events in central squares in the cities, social media participatory activities, and much more. In 2019, the Düsseldorf Declaration was signed and adopted by the International Observatory of Mayors for Living Together, according to which more than 35 world metropolises such as New York, Warsaw, Vienna, Kolkata, Dhaka, Abidjan, Bamako, Marrakesh, Tunis, and many others have committed themselves to celebrate this day. This year, the central celebration of May 16th took place in the city of Geneva, which accepted the invitation to be the capital of Living Together in Peace 2024. The highlight of the multi-day program was undoubtedly the Geneva Declaration for Education for a Culture of Peace and the event at the Palais des Nations at the United Nations, where a panel discussion with experts on living together in peace was organized in the presence of country representatives, NGOs, various NSO representatives, as well as a representative for the WASM World Scout Committee and the European Scout Committee. We welcome the intention to work also with further external partners in this field, as outlined in the background information document. We recommend the outreach to the already existing broad network of NGOs and NSOs and organizations that are committed to this day and to education for culture of peace in order to seek cooperation and generate synergies. Dear friends in Scouting, to finish my statement, it is urgent today that humanity in general, and we as Scouts particularly, rise up and proclaim our rejection and disgust to all those who, out of political or economic interests, support and fuel destructive conflicts in the world. It is imperative that we realize that our destiny is linked to the preservation of all creatures on our planet, and this requires us to act by strengthening the bonds of living together in peace. We encourage all NSOs to sow the seed of peace in the consciousness of all our young people through education for a culture of peace, so that they can build their future with each other and not against each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. May we now recognize Jordan. Please keep it brief and concise. Jordan.
بإيجاز إنها مبادرة عظيمة ونحن نقف إلى جانبها. إنني أريد أن أرى كشافة فلسطين بسلام.
Thank you, Jordan. Now we move to DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo.
Merci pour la parole. Je vais parler en français. C'est Pascal, commissaire international des scouts de RDC. Nous avons récemment annulé l'organisation d'un jamboree national dans le Kivu. Il y a des Congolais qui reviennent du jamboree africain du Burundi, qui ont dû faire un trajet beaucoup plus long qu'ils ne le devraient pour éviter des zones dangereuses où il y a la guerre. Et bien souvent, quand on parle RDC sur les médias, on parle des morts. Mais des morts qui ne sont pas toujours, je vais dire, respectés, parce qu'effectivement, peut-être qu'ils sont moins humains que beaucoup d'autres. Mais ici, je voudrais inviter, au-delà du vote de cette célébration, de cette meilleure idée qui vient de nos frères du Madagascar et du Sénégal, que nous remercions en passant, demander à l'OMMS, pour ce deuxième centenaire, de mûrir des réflexions sur comment on peut mener des actions qui impactent et qui peuvent influencer nos politiques à investir un peu plus dans la paix. Parce que sans celle-ci, plusieurs activités, surtout pour nos jeunes, ne sont pas réalisables. La RDC compte 100 millions d'habitants, plus même, parce qu'il y a des zones restées inaccessibles pour des épidémies, mais aussi pour des raisons de guerre depuis 30 ans maintenant. Moi, je fête mes 42 ans, mais depuis que je suis né, j'entends toujours parler guerre, guerre et guerre et guerre. Beaucoup de mes articles comme chercheur autour de la guerre, récemment au Mali, j'en ai parlé, et ça ne fait pas toujours beau. Est-ce qu'on ne peut pas réfléchir en tant que mouvement qui se veut influent? On n'a pas pu atteindre 100 millions pour la vision 2023, alors qu'on aurait pu dépasser l'étape de 57 millions des scouts si, chez moi, dans le Kivu, ou même dans la partie orientale nord, on pouvait y avoir accès, on aurait pu recenser des scouts et on aurait pu dépasser ce nombre de 57 millions. Et donc, je vous invite à voter à 200% cette résolution, mais aussi à nous aider dans la réflexion future sur comment on peut mener des actions beaucoup plus efficaces et impactantes dans la consolidation de cette paix. Merci.
Thank you, DRC. Madagascar, do you wish to speak at this stage? Checking with Madagascar, if you wish to speak at this stage. Thank you. We see we have Senegal who want to speak. Senegal, you have the floor now.
Bonjour, c'est Abissane du Sénégal. Je voudrais, comme tous ceux qui ont pris la parole ici, féliciter Madagascar pour cette belle initiative que nous soutenons, que nous portons aussi avec Madagascar. L'intérêt de cette résolution, c'est qu'au-delà d'installer des compétences auprès des jeunes pour la prévention et la résolution de conflits, permettrait à nos OSN, à notre organisation, de rendre visible tout ce que nous faisons pour instaurer la paix dans nos communautés. Nous avons le messager de la paix qui réalise des activités très intéressantes et que célébrer le 16 mai permettrait à nos OSN, à notre organisation, de rendre visibles nos pratiques et de les partager avec d'autres. Merci.
Thank you, Senegal. Thank you, conference. We have now heard all the delegation who wish to speak. Can I ask Madagascar? Can I ask Madagascar if you have any final words? Before that, we recognize the World Scout Committee. Can we have a mic?
Dear conference, so on behalf of the World Scout Committee, we want to appreciate. Can you hear me? Yep. We want to appreciate the resolutions. Peace is an important topic, and peace education is also one of the key objectives that we are having in the next strategy for scouting. And we have to value what truly matters in scouting about the unity and the diversity of movement, and welcome the resolutions. And we have 3 years and the entire strategy period, and this has been working towards the heart of the movement, and we have to continue the work that we have been advocating for peace education. And with that, welcome the resolutions from the member organizations, and the voice of the conference is heard, and we are making sure that the next Warsaw Committee is working on it to ensure that we have a peaceful and inclusive world, as what we stated in the strategy for scouting. Thank you.
Thank you, Maury. Thank you, everybody. Can I please ask to bring the live document on the screen and position it to Amendment 20 and 21? While we wait, I note we received 2 amendments to Draft Resolution 2024J, Living Together in Peace, from Australia and Italy. Now, I invite Australia, the proposer of the Amendment 20, to speak. After that, I invite Italy. Australia, you have the floor.
Hi again, friends. Lisa here. I will be speaking to Amendment 20 in English. We thank Madagascar again for developing this important resolution and only have a small suggestion. This amendment is an opportunity to review what we already have and either work to improve what we have or develop new resources to meet any gaps in this important space. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Italy, the floor is yours on Amendment 21.
Dear conference, good afternoon. I speak in English. I'm Marco from Italy and I'm IC for Rajeshi. We support the vision behind the motion and we propose action to implement it. We also agree with the Australian and New Zealand amendment. We are guests in a special city, and thank you, Egypt, for your hospitality. My thought turn to what is happening in the world, even here near us. I believe it is a duty for the place we are in to be able to say something more in the direction of peace. We believe that the World Scout Committee and WOSMA are able to create real occasion and to encourage initiatives that can favor a connection between the different MOs. All brothers and sisters in Scout that speak in those minutes, you tell a common things. We can do more. So we need not only resources, but ideas, action, messages to promote a peace culture among the MOs. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. Amendments 20 and 21, our last amendments of the day as shown on the screen, are now moved to the floor for consideration. Are there any delegation wishing to speak to these amendments? Please raise your country cards or virtual hands so that you are added to the speaker list. As we wait to fill our speaker list, delegation wishing to speak, kindly raise your country card. Guinea, the floor is yours.
Bangoura Fodemano, Guinée. Permettez-nous de remercier les pays initiateurs de cette résolution. Vous savez, notre mouvement, c'est un mouvement des jeunes. Et ces jeunes aujourd'hui, pour qu'ils puissent évoluer et qu'il y ait la croissance continue dans notre mouvement, ces jeunes ont besoin de la paix. Rien que la paix, seulement la paix. Si cette résolution arrive à un point nommé, à cette conférence, il faut qu'on les remercie. Et nous remercions à l'avance tous les pays présents qui doivent voter cette résolution. Et en plus de ça, nous leur demandons de voter cette résolution. C'est parce que sans cette résolution, nous ne pourrons pas parler de scoutisme, ou nous ne pourrons pas parler de l'évolution des jeunes, ou nous ne pourrons pas parler les jeunes dans cette conférence. Pourquoi? Il y a les photos qui circulent où j'ai vu un bébé, un enfant porter un corps non vivant sur son dos. Lui aussi c'est un bébé. C'est grave. Donc il faut que le scoutisme mondial arrive à jouer ce rôle, n'est-ce pas, pour voter cette résolution. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Guinea. Now we recognize Mali. Mali, the floor is yours.
Chère l'Assemblée, je crois que le dernier espoir.
Can you bring your mic closer, please?
Ok. Chère Assemblée, l'OMS est le dernier espoir pour instaurer la paix dans le monde. Le vivre ensemble est un devoir pour nous les scouts, puisque nous voulons créer un monde meilleur. Chers votants, votons cette résolution pour les jeunes, pour la paix, pour instaurer un monde meilleur. Merci.
Thank you, Mali. Now I recognize Madagascar for their remarks. Madagascar.
À tous les membres de cet auguste comité, j'aimerais vous dire, concernant ces deux résolutions, un consensus d'accord a été déjà pris entre les entités avant le dépôt de ces amendements. Raison pour laquelle autre pays a fait l'amendement de la résolution et c'est déjà Madagascar qui l'a soutenu, comme vous voyez sur le tableau. Cela, c'est une preuve tangible de mettre déjà en pratique vivre ensemble en paix, en mettant en évidence le sens d'écoute et la décision mutuelle. Donc je vous demande à tous les membres de cet auguste comité de voter yes à cette résolution. De voter quoi? Yes à cette résolution.
Thank you, Madagascar. Australia, Italy, do you wish to speak at this stage? Thank you. We will now move to vote on the amendments. In the interest of time, we are going to take these two amendments as simultaneous vote. That means we will open 3 votes, one for each amendment simultaneously at the same time. They will each be clearly marked Amendment 20 for Amendment for Australia as shown on the screen, Amendment 21 for the amendment from Italy. We will give you an extended time to vote on this. I now invite all the head of the delegation to move to their e-voting system, and the vote will be open for 7 minutes. The voting team may open the votes. The vote will be open for 7 minutes. We have 4 minutes left. Delegation wishing to vote may do so now. Suggested by the voting team, I would like to ask the conference if any delegation is still wishing to vote, may do so now. Please raise your country card or indicate online. If no one is still wishing to vote, then we will proceed to close the vote early. Again, if you wish to vote still, please raise your country card or indicate online. With showing no indication from delegation, I ask the voting team to please close the vote. The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for the Australia Amendment number 20. The motion is carried with 789 votes in favor, 12 against and 9 votes abstain. I ask the voting team to publish the result for the Italy Amendment number 21. Now may I request the voting team to publish the result of 21. The amendment number 21 motion is carried with 759 votes in favor, 24 against and 9 abstain. Thank you, conference, for your discussions on this proposal. I now ask our live editors to update the text as amended on the screen. Seeing we have no further amendments to the 2024J Living Together in Peace proposal, we will now consider the main motion as amended. Let's put the main motion 2024J on screen as you can see. Can I ask if there are any delegation left that wish to speak on this proposal? If you wish to speak, please raise your country cards or virtual hand so that you get added to our speaker list. Seeing none, may I request Madagascar as the proposer of this main motion, any final inputs before I put the motion to vote? Thank you, Madagascar. We will now vote for the main motion as amended on the screen. The proposal requires a simple majority to be carried. May I check the readiness of the voting system from the voting team? The voting team can now open the vote on the 2024J Living Together in Peace. This is a simple majority vote and the vote will be open for 4 minutes. With the vote opened, the delegations may now proceed to vote. As we move into the final minutes of the voting, delegations wishing to vote may do so now. Thank you. The vote is now closed. I ask the voting team to publish the results for 2024 jail living together in peace. The motion is carried with 745 votes in favor, 19 votes against, and 10 votes abstain. Conference, we have made it. Let's give a big round of applause for this extended session. Thank you for your discussions and decisions.
Thank you everyone for your patience, for your hard work, for your engagement. We made it. And another huge and massive thank you to all the interpreters, production team, our tellers, our volunteers. Thank you all for making this possible. I know I stand between you and a very nice evening. Before that, a couple announcements. So for the feedback on youth engagement session, we are moving the session to 7:30 instead of 7 to allow enough time for you to get some dinner, and then you have the details about the session in the app. And then a friendly reminder that for tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. here, the WASM Marketplace will be staffed once again with our WASM consultants. So if you have not already engaged with the team, this is your opportunity to ask about the support that your NSO can get. Right after that, we will have or turn our conference into insights into action. So join your conference delegation for the implementing conference actions in your NSO workshops, and the rest of the day will be full of celebrations. For the NSO, for the implementing conference actions NSO, it's language-based sessions. Please make sure you check the rooms in the conference app. With that, thank you once again, everyone. This has been a pleasure, and enjoy your evening today. See you tomorrow.